Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Aibogun. I am the publisher of Business Day. I'd like to take the delight in welcoming our panelists and our audience to this digital dialogue. Over the last 2.5 months, we have held a number of digital dialogues focusing on different areas of the experiences which we all together share, starting initially with discussions around the pandemic that we face, and then pivoting into the economic crisis that it has occasioned. And since then, we have taken liberty of the gift of technology to do a lot more. Especially at this point, I'd like to just talk about the national conversation that we had on Nigeria's response to the different crises that we face today. Today, we will be shifting our focus to marketing. And I was just telling our panelists before we started that the irony is that quite often when businesses and organizations face revenue crisis, as indeed we do today, marketing budgets are usually one of the first to get the knife. But ultimately, it is to marketing and sales that every business and every organization turn to as they chart a pathway out of the revenue depression. So it's really an irony, and I'm hoping that the distinguished panelists that we have assembled today will speak to this issue and, of course, to other issues that concerns the matter that we have at hand to talk about this morning. As you know, the session is aptly themed Pivoting Fast, Spending Slow, how marketing is adapting to shifting realities. I am not a speaker today, so let me not waste any more of your time. But I'd like, before I leave the scene, to pay a tribute to our sponsors, Terragon and Tolerant, for joining with us to stage this event this morning. It is now my singular honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the MIPAN president, my good friend Femi, to address the audience. Femi, it's over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day. Can you all hear me very well?
We're hearing you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I heartily welcome you all to the maiden edition of Masters of Marketing Digital Dialogue Series, organized by Business Day Media. I would like to thank the management and staff of Business Day Nigeria, who have, in the last 20 years, played a leading role in the provision of business news, information for business facilitation, and decision-making. I credit your vision for evolving this new digital platform at this very critical point in our history, and for staying ahead in this very essential business niche. Thank you for inviting me, Pam, and for the opportunity to share our view on the current state of marketing and the outlook for marketing in this post-COVID era. In the last 2 weeks, I have had the unique pleasure of speaking with various industry stakeholders across Advan, Born, EatPan, OAN, and a few marketing journalists. There are a few central issues across all these key stakeholders, and these issues are closely related and centered around the following. One is audience measurement and monetization of media and marketing investment. Another is standard operating principles of practice across the media ecosystem. Issues that, that border around payments, ethical standards, regulations, and so on. These are topical issues for key stakeholders, from clients to media owners, content producers, and also agencies in the marketing communication space. While these are not new issues, but the new challenges and changes confronting the industry and business today has brought them to the front burner. So I believe the theme of this conference, which is pivoting fast, spending slow, and how marketing is adapting to shifting reality, to a very large extent, has provided the needed direction and solution for what businesses need to do to survive and possibly to thrive in this new normal. Businesses at this time must accept the current realities, anticipate further changes, understand consumer dynamics, and pivot quickly to sustainable business areas that optimizes its strengths, explore blue ocean opportunities that unlock market growth, and also evolve business processes that reduce expenses and overhead. So let's take a quick look at the media landscape. So looking at mobile penetration, technology development, media proliferation, consumer trends in the context of a large, youthful, and growing millennial and Gen Z, there are several factors that are changing within the marketing landscape. So most recently during this lockdown, we saw a significant growth in the consumption of music streaming, for example, movie streaming, online gaming, social media activities, podcasting, e-commerce, and so on and so forth. This is not surprising, but the level of growth have rapidly multiplied due to the increasing need for information, need for entertainment and community, and social distancing and safety considerations of our consumers. Many media types, such as out of home, traditional print, radio listenership, have seen significant decline in this period. It is important for these channels to evolve new formats, new content pillars, and new financial models in the view of changing demographics and growth of the mobile and internet across Nigeria. So has the mobile device cemented itself across Nigeria to become the preeminent source of entertainment and media? The most disruptive and the most forward-thinking companies must strive to create an integrated ecosystem suited to these consumer-driven dynamics, one in which social media, e-commerce are interlinked with the entertainment experience itself. We've seen big tech companies continue to compete even more fiercely in the entertainment and media space, and have most promising, which has the most promising digital revenue prospects. So we've seen platforms such as OTT videos, that's over the top videos, music streaming, and a lot of new formats in the media landscape. New formats will continue to appear from, again, driven by artificial intelligence and smart home services, and also all the way to virtual assistants and everything that technology throws our way. There is a growing convergence across entertainment and media industry, and the boundaries between them are, which used to be distinct, are fast blurring in the battle for the attention of the consumer in a world that is rapidly digitizing. So when we look at this from a global standpoint, in the last 12 months alone, first, streaming services, TV companies, and social networks are competing simultaneously over conventional sports and e-sporting rights. Telco and tech companies and OTT operators who do film and TV, content broadcast over high-speed internet, and also movie studios are competing to provide TV content. Secondly, we see radio stations, podcast companies, streaming services competing to provide radio and podcast content. Google, the likes of Google, Clear Channel, and ad tech companies competing to provide digital out-of-home services. And finally, we see new publishers transforming into media companies by hiring VR teams and video experts, and even mobile manufacturers and radio providers working together hand in hand. The traditional channels such as TV is expected to retain its top position as the advertising channel of choice. However, the gap with internet advertising is closing, with internet advertising growing at double digits at about 21% compounded annual growth rates in the last 5 years. And so this is projected to overcome or to supersede the second platform, which is out of home. And we believe internet will be the second biggest contributor to entertainment and media revenue in the next 3 years. So do I believe all media but digital will go away, that TV and radio is going to die? I don't think so. Not a chance. One of the proof of this is that even the biggest name in technology and the digital world, such as Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, are all
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
FM, we're hearing you now.
Hello, can you? Hello.
Hello, FM, we're hearing you.
Oh, sorry about that. I had a power surge. So I was saying, do I believe all media will go away? All traditional media will go away? I don't think so. I do believe that traditional media will stay. And why do I say this? The proof is that the biggest names in the digital world, like Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and all still using the offline channel. So this shows that offline will continue to be relevant. However, must adapt into formats and content that are more relevant to today's consumer. Our knowledge of the consumers, our knowledge of marketing, our business tools, our processes, and everything that we do must constantly improve to match the pace of technology and the consumer evolution. We at MIPAN, with all of this fast-paced development, the new executive, which was inaugurated on the 30th of June this year, we're very keen on helping to move the industry forward. So permit me to use this platform to summarize our manifesto very, very quickly. Number one is technology and data. So we believe we need to evolve our current audience measurement platform to one that is more acceptable to the industry and addresses the issues around monetization of the advertising investment. Human capital development is another area. So through our specialist training programs and our academy, we hope to take this forward. Number three is industry thought leadership. So we will be part of conversations on topical issues that are central to the growth of the advertising and marketing industry. Number 4 is inclusiveness and collaboration, and that inclusiveness is with an N. And this refers to working with other players to achieve bigger wins and for industry-centric purpose. And finally, commercial stability and sustainability. So preserving and ensuring viability and growth of the media ecosystem, ensuring that we have between ourselves and our clients and our media partners and station owners, SOPs for performance and code of ethical standards that will protect and preserve the industry. And as I begin to close, this conference, I believe, addresses a couple of important areas of our manifesto as MIPAN. So we therefore endorse it and look forward to the discussions by the very, very strong and experienced panelists and, and guests, and also contributions from practitioners that are all on this conference. We at MIPAN will provide support for Business Day, as we have done over the years through our members' business engagements with the organization, and also in the area of thought leadership, capacity building, and any other collaborative efforts towards moving the industry forward. So to the participants, I welcome you all to this conference. I wish you all an exciting, insightful, and illuminating discussion. And I do hope that we all, after this conference, at this conference, can have very actionable takeaways that we can immediately start to implement and pursue for the short and long-term growth of the entire marketing communications industry in Nigeria. So once again, I thank the publisher, the management, and all the key stakeholders of Business Day Media, the news you can trust, for this very unique opportunity that you have given MIPAN. We thank you, and I thank you all for listening, and I wish you all very, very exciting deliberations. Good morning, and thank you.
Well, Femi, thank you so very much for that insightful address that undoubtedly has helped to set the tone for the conversation this morning. We appreciate the partnership that we've enjoyed between Business Day and MIPAN. And as you have said, we look forward to growing that partnership and doing more to benefit our organizations. Once again, Femi, thank you so very much. We will very quickly now pivot into a fireside chat. And I think at this point, permit me to call on the moderator as I very quietly yield the floor. Thank you very much, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Frank. Hi, good morning, everybody. This is Himanshu, and I'm going to be moderating this fireside chat on behalf of Business Day. Personally, I'm the CEO of Ipsos in Nigeria and West Africa. I have joined Ipsos, just quickly to introduce myself. I have joined Ipsos this year in January, just before the pandemic struck us. So I moved to Nigeria. But Nigeria has not been a new place for me. I have lived in this market before. I used to work with Kantar in 2012 to 2014, roughly close to 3 years that time. And then I went to Thailand from here. And I've worked in research for last 18 years. I've worked on traditional side. I've also worked with Tuluna, which is an online research company. I have led their business in India for the last 1 year before joining Ipsos just very recently, 6 months ago. And I would also like to now introduce our two eminent panelists. The first one I would like to call upon is Dr. Kachi Onubogu, who is the CEO of Fruta Juice in Nigeria. Similar to me, he also took the position of CEO in February, just before the pandemic struck. So I think we have a lot in common to experience, how to drive the business in this current crisis situation. And I would also like to welcome the second panelist, who's Mr. Ilo Ume, who's the CEO of Terragon Group, one of the sponsors of this event as well. So I would be actually discussing and leading some conversations with our two eminent panelists here. The goals of the session that I have to understand, and I think the attendees to understand, is to extract the intelligence on factors driving changes in the advertising and marketing industry today, the spend of companies, channel prioritization, and messaging in the current environment as to what's important in the current new normal. Also, additionally, we would like to get a good sense of the outlook of the above. What are driving these changes, and how does it impact in the next 6 to 18 months, to understand what kind of adjustments are required by marketers, to tackle the current situation. And do we also feel that this is a temporary reflex response, or are these response going to be for long-term period? So is it just a makeshift arrangement, or something is changing from their point of view, and how we should prepare ourselves? So let me welcome the two of you. Thank you for joining the panel.
Thank you.
And before we start, I would also like to mention to all the attendees today, please send your questions by visiting www.slido.com using the Slido code #BDMOM. And also, whenever you are sending your questions, the name of the panelist that you would like to answer your question. So basically, I will repeat this code again, but any attendees who's there, please use www.slido.com and use the Slido code #BDMOM. Thank you. So my first question goes to Mr. Ilo. We would like to understand from you. I think you've gone on record, and my first question starts. You have been on the record saying that no one knows Africans like you do. And I'm quite intrigued with this statement of yours, because I also have a background of consumer research. So, anyways, I'm very much intrigued, and I would like to ask a couple of questions from you. Firstly, can you share your knowledge about Africans, based on what Terragon possesses? I know that you guys have been working very closely with customers, and I'm sure you will have very interesting information. And secondly, in what ways is Terragon using this information and knowledge to service clients and companies navigating through the current new normal, especially while connecting and understanding the consumers today? Mr. Elo.
Himanshu, thank you very much for an excellent introduction. Thank you for moderating. Dr. Onubog, good to meet you. We share a number of mutual friends. And looking forward to sharing this stage with you. To Business Day, thanks for having us, Terragon. Business Day have been long-standing partners with Terragon in our 10-year journey. Frank has been a friend of technology. He's never afraid of some of the Nigerians say far things that Terragon comes up with, but that's the reality. So Himanshu, it's I'm happy that you're the one asking this question, because Ipsos is a customer, right? It's a client of ours. So that puts me in a safe zone. What is Terragon? Our tagline talks about no one knows Africans like we do. We are on a journey. We are trying to, on the continent, there are 700 million connections, mobile connections, 700 million. But if you talk about unique connections, there are about 450 million unique connections. The other 300 million are dual SIMs, right? People who have two phones and stuff. In a population of 1.2 billion people. So we think that the promise of reaching the African consumer rests in and is present in exploiting the power in the mobile device. Of these mobile devices today across the continent, maybe 30% of them are smartphones. And with smartphones, you have apps. You have voice connections and you have data connections. So in one smartphone, you can potentially have a minimum of maybe 10 to 20 connections. Why? Because every app that is connected to the internet or talks to the internet on a monthly, weekly, daily basis is a connection. And when you look at the evolution of mobile, it came from the days of 3310, which is one voice connection, and that was what you had. It evolved from there to a feature phone, which had GPS on it, which was technically two connections, then to smartphones, which then had apps. As you add one app to your phone, you establish a new connection. And that app has an IP address and you're emitting data. As you interact with the connection, you emit data as to who you're calling, what you're doing on the internet, the interactions you're having. And as you emit this data, you leave footprints. These footprints is what we try to make sense of. And over 10 years, we've had a mobile app network, which we launched many years ago, Twin Pine. Many of us on this forum have consumed data and research from Twin Pine. We've evolved that business, taking some assets that we've grown from Twin Pine over the years and the technology base of Twin Pine, and we continue to mine the data that we have from Twin Pine. We have been partners with telcos over our last 10 years, working on Twin Pine and working on our traditional digital agency business. On the telco side, we've built data management platforms for telcos to help them harvest and harness the power of their data, right? And very, very privacy compliant. So when we think about understanding the African, understanding Africans, at the heart of that question is, how can we use mobile and the power of these 400 million connections on the continent? In Nigeria, 100 million connections. How can we use the data that people are emitting to understand them better from a psychography, demography, reach, preferences, social network, and put this in a form that is consumable by brands and companies. So Terragon essentially helps companies, businesses intelligently connect and reach their consumers on mobile devices. And that is at the heart of what we do. So that is our value creation process in a bit of a roundabout way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elo. I think as you said, I've been a client, so yes, there has been a bit of understanding, but yeah, in this new normal, what you're doing, and, I think we've been talking in the research fraternity a lot, the need of, utilizing the smartphones, the data and the connectivity to reach people, because now in the lockdown situation, you can't reach customers to get information. That's the best way. Thank you for that response. Dr. Kachi, my next question goes to you. And I will also like to start with you, like you also went on quote and record saying that in the last 4 months, the world of marketing has to completely re-strategize, rethink, innovate, and adapt to the whole new system. And throughout your exciting and very elaborate career, you've worked with a lot of big names, with Guinness, P&G, recently with TGI, and now with Fruta. Do you think that things are really different this time, in the current pandemic situation? If so, yes, how? And how does this impact the marketers today? You've been in the marketing roles, and now you are in the #1 position. You are leading Fruta Juice. So how does this impact the marketers today? And are we expecting to get back to the old ways? According to you, is this new normal going to continue for long? Is this the new way of life? Or we are somewhere in dilemma, and we are thinking that, maybe a few months down the line, it all go back to the same old ways. What is your point of view?
Himanshu, thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for inviting me to this event. Also, Elo, it's nice meeting you too. And thank you. I think the last 4 months, and I mean generally from March till today, has shaped the conversation around marketing, how marketing will be played, and what your consumers expect. Elo talked about connecting consumers through the digital platform. And yes, that's an important shift in the way we've done marketing in the past. But more than that, the essence of marketing is about understanding your consumer and understanding what has changed in his lifestyle, what has changed in his consumption occasions or consumption needs, what has changed in his values, so that he can shape or create brands that meet his changing needs or his changing demographics or his changing consumption occasions. And so if you ask me, are things different? Yes, things are different. In the last, in the month of April into May, nearly 70% of the world was shut. So fundamentally, if you were a guy in the outdoor marketing space that built a business model around viewership in high traffic movements and stuff, that fundamentally died because people weren't going out. So that changed in terms of where you focus. If I were an outdoor guy, Elo talked about the changing media consumption habit. So for those who could afford it, most people spent a lot of time with their families at home. So in terms of the space to concentrate on, even the programs you would watch previously, you didn't because your kids were watching Netflix or watching some other thing and everybody was at home. So in terms of viewership time, even on your TV, became shared. And so as a consumer or as a provider, if my focus was on driving eyeballs to a certain program on TV, that will probably change because for people that had one TV, that didn't matter. In terms of our consumption habit, I work in the food drinks business. I said to a lot of people, the occasions where we went out and celebrated, so weddings, parties, hotels, where you consumed a lot of high-end drinks or large format drinks, I mean 1-2 liters of juices, didn't exist anymore. So as a marketing person, how you interacted or connected with your consumers, if that was your primary role of meeting them with specific brands, again, fundamentally changed. So in real terms, the last 4 months has changed the consumer. It's moved a lot of people to digital platforms. I'm sure Elo and his team know that. It moves a lot of people for the quest for information, because the biggest problem with Corona or the issues of Corona isn't that people did anything different, but everybody wanted to know what was happening. So what you see or what you saw was the focus on news channels to understand what is happening, the focus on gossip to understand who has caught it and who hasn't caught it. The focus in terms of consumption on basic staples. So, a lot of packaging foods companies kind of suffered because people focus more on the basic consumables, and that will have longer term impact on manufacturing. The change in your value systems in terms of what was important, because for a lot of people, your mortality has been made manifest through COVID. So where you spend your money, the willingness to give, I mean, really dialed up or increased, because I saw a lot more people being willing to give out what they had, simply because they felt that, look, it didn't matter. You could go tomorrow. It means that your consumer, in terms of his values, in terms of his consumption patterns, in terms of what he holds dear, in terms of his viewership patterns, have all fundamentally changed. And if marketing is about connecting your consumers or shaping your consumer perceptions, then the most important thing is you need to understand who that your new consumer is, and how you reach him, and how you appeal to him, and what matters to him. So the last point you raised is this a new normal? Yes. I think things have changed. I don't think things will go back the way they are, simply because people have found smarter, faster, easier ways to connect with consumers, and I dare say cheaper ways to do that. So our new norm is different. But I guess what hasn't changed is the foundation or fundamentals of marketing, which is understanding who are your consumers, their demographics, what they watch, what they eat, where they go, and ensuring you provide product or service solutions that meet them at that point of need. I think that's what's most important. and that won't change. That's the only part of that won't change. But our norm is different, and it has impacted generally on everything we do in marketing.
And I completely agree. In fact, I've been talking to my people and, a lot of clients I interact with. This is something that, is being discussed. And I believe from various researches that Ipsos has done recently, the way consumers are changing, it is more important now to understand who the real consumer is, to come up with the right marketing plans. And, whether it has to be, you have to get into innovation, new product launches, which meets the needs of people. So thank you so much for that response. Elo, my next question to you is, before the pandemic, there was a lot of talk about the need to go digital by companies. Especially, a lot of companies have actually gone into digital, and have been successful, especially the financial services who have digitalized themselves. Would we see more urgency by sectors that have traditionally not been very digital centric, such as legal services, healthcare, even media to an extent? We have been a huge traditional media business. So do you think that they need to be investing more in building the thriving business models and on digital platforms? Is this a direction for the companies? And what would be the implication of this shift for those responsible for marketing and business development in these companies? So, how they should approach this?
Yeah, Himanshu, thank you. I have to say a few things here. We are pioneers in the space in terms of digital. We started in 2010. I think digital really got off the ground in 2009. And when I think about the advances we've been able to achieve with a number of companies, the companies that you refer to as with regards to them going digital, they've invested a lot in digital transformation, which is turning their processes, changing their processes to be able to cater to the customer in a far cheaper way using the mobile phone. Banking is one of them. Banking today, a lot of us do our banking on mobile. And that is, it's very commendable, them being very brave, being brave enough to take that plunge and change their businesses. In fact, mobile banking and banking in Africa is, I can say, because I've spent quite a bit of time in Asia, in the US, in Europe. African innovation in banking is ahead of the world. And this is very, very impressive. And why do I make that point? I make that point because every other industries need to see that they can lead, and that Africa can actually be a pace setter. So there's a lot to learn from banking and what the bankers have done in Africa, and especially in Nigeria. So when you point to other industries, I would say that brands, fast-moving consumer goods, and the core marketing, which is at the heart of marketing, can do a lot more in reaching, in using technology to transform their ecosystems. Healthcare, for instance, something like telemedicine, which in Asia and mostly in Southeast Asia, has been something that has been seeing tremendous transformation. But in Africa, everybody, because Africa is a very conversationalist type society, where if I don't see my doctor, it doesn't look like I've added value, or the doctor has added value to me, and my willingness to pay is significantly lowered by the fact that I did not see the doctor face to face. So now in the age of COVID, you are even begging that, please, can we do it over the phone? Is it an opportunity? I think that it's definitely an opportunity for healthcare. I think that brands, fast-moving consumer goods brands, can also drive quite a bit of an adoption. If we look at the journey and the maturity of digital in this ecosystem, digital has been around for 10 years, but spend on the average is still less than 20%. In most places, it's still 10% of overall marketing spend. And why is this the case? I think education hasn't, education of what digital can offer and the level of innovation hasn't quite, that alignment between the vendors and the clients, especially at the more senior levels of the client organizations, hasn't permeated very well. I think there's a responsibility on our side as innovators, pioneers, and service providers. And there's also the need for leadership in most of these organizations to, maybe get their hands a little bit more wet. But this is the compelling event. I think between March and now, the last 4 going to 5 months have been, I think is going to be a force multiplier to show that, to first of all, let us know that what is coming is a low-touch world. It takes 21 days to form habits. So we have done something differently for months now. It's going to take a while to get markets. It's going to take a while to get consumers. It's going to take a while to get customers to revert back to the pre-COVID world. So the question down is on our tables to say, how do we go about the investment? I think it's, first of all, strategy, defining what is the plan? What part of my business can be transformed? How can I be incremental about it? How can I test and validate? And who can handhold me through this process? So the partners, the quality of the partnerships, the quality of the interaction, which is subject to the type of education that can be fostered and the type of alignment that can be fostered. But at the heart of it, first of all, starts with a plan. I don't know if I've been able to deal with the question.
No, I think it's very well said.
Himanshu, can I add a point to what Elo said? And it's interesting because, and I agree with you 120%. Look, COVID has forced people to adoption of digital management, digital interaction platforms. That is no doubt. But I think we should not also forget, because that's the point which is interesting. Nigeria is a conversationalistic society where people are not willing to pay money, for instance, if you don't see your doctor. The only way I disagree is that even though we are being forced by today to invest in the digital space, we still have a predominantly illiterate population in Nigeria that will not adopt it, because our society is built around conversation, interaction, trust. So it's interesting when I'm in Lagos and I hear how fast we've gone. People are doing digital schooling. All my kids are doing schooling online. Bandwidth, everybody has all sorts of internet connections in their home. And I think it's a norm. But I grew up in Jos, and I pick up the phone and call my brother in Jos and say, so what's happening? And 90% of the schools are not doing online schooling because people simply don't have the technology, or schools have not invested in the platform to do that. So you're going to see it coexist side by side. You're going to see the traditional way of interaction, which will remain, because I know people who will not today listen to a doctor on the phone. You're telling me that on the phone, the guy said I'm sick. If doctor doesn't touch him or put a stethoscope on the chest, the person hasn't started. I know people who will not. It doesn't, and I think the older generation, I think it's also probably the not very literate generation that would happen. I know people who in the banking sector, till we speak, have still not adopted using ATM cards because they just simply do not trust it. It doesn't matter what you say to them. So what you're going to see is that we are being compelled, especially among the literate few and I'd say the societies or the states in this nation that are technologically advanced, to move towards investing in technology to drive commerce. That's a fact. I mean, the banks are making a killing because I'm sure they're making so much money from bank charges on moving people to digital payment platforms.
Yeah.
That's something else. But traditional media will still exist because there remains a huge population of Nigerians who today, I don't think are going to change, who in fact don't even believe this COVID thing exists. So they're not going to depend on any online platform to do their transactions. They will find a way around our system to ensure that they can continue the way they are doing. So I think they will evolve side by side. I just think as marketing people, when we understand where that consumer we want to reach is and what is important to him, then we can create product portfolios, service offerings that meet him at that point of need. I think that's just the only what would happen in Nigeria today. Thank you.
No, and thank you, for bringing that point, Kachi. In fact, one of my questions was framed around this in terms of, how, we've seen in the past e-commerce has been failing in Nigeria, and we have We've heard, a lot of statements coming up in the past that, this was actually, the e-commerce was actually forced in Nigeria in the past. And we've seen, OLX and a lot of other Konga and all those, companies failing in Nigeria. Even Jumia struggling a lot, despite of heavy, IPO investments in. Do you think, and my question to you, Elo, now, I would want to jump here. And I would want to ask you that, do you think that with the current norms that we have, people are, restricted at home? Sorry, my voice is echoing, right?
Yes,
No,
yes.
no, no.
And I didn't hear you too well. Can you please repeat the question, please?
So my question is, with the current social distancing and lockdowns and restriction around movements, do we see that there is now a long-awaited opportunity for e-commerce platforms in Nigeria? And does this, will continue? Because, we've seen a lot of failures in the past in Nigeria. And picking up from your point, Dr. Kachi, it was just, people like interactions and people like to, don't trust the platforms too much. Will the current situation actually make this an opportunity?
That question for me.
No,
Yeah,
that's for
I can take it, no problem. Let me, a few things. Dr. Kacha, to the point around a significant chunk of the market will not switch based on COVID. I will be very brave here to say that the demographic breakdown of Nigeria is one that, and I'm sure you know this a lot, it's a 17 to 45-year-old market, which is around 70% of the population. If those people's habits over the course of this year changes, the Nigerian market is going to change completely. And we will have to double down on this. I started going to India 5 years ago. Himanshu will know this a lot. Before our technology and everything is developed out of India. Before Reliance Jio. I have seen the transformation that has happened in India at that time. Pre-Jio and after Jio. And what payment has become. Payment is now, which in Nigeria is similar. 50%, you know that 50% of electronic payments in Nigeria is already USSD based. Just the impact of banks, not mobile app, not cards. It's 50% is USSD based. This is culture changing right before our eyes, right? This is USSD payments, transfers, transactions. And in India, you see things like Paytm. This is in the most informal, what we call malams here, kiosks and stuff. Paytm is adopted. We've seen the SANEF push, we've seen the M-Cash push locally, we've seen the banks driving their push. At some stage, BVN will get consolidated and these things will become very seamless. Once that happens and commerce can ride below it, it takes flight. So that connects me to the question around e-commerce. I think that personally, I haven't run any e-commerce business before, but I do think that I think the business model around e-commerce will need to be a little bit different. I think that the infrastructure gap between placing an order and delivering to the consumer that gap is too large for one single business to be able to take care of today. I think the linkage in distribution, the breakdown in distribution needs to be a little bit more formalized. And that formalization could take the form of, it could require a bit more fragmented type reach where, like I use Amazon, maybe the anecdote of Amazon is people think Amazon is a website that does e-commerce. Amazon's business today, a third of Amazon's business is external vendors. So the goods and services are not Amazon's, are from external vendors. What does Amazon do? Amazon essentially delivers the service. When you place an order, they put it together and they get it to you the very next day or 2 days. That is what they do very well. So what is it that Amazon absolutely does? They have a distribution scale that nobody else has. Amazon's fleet of aeroplanes and delivery trucks is now more than the UPSs and the FedExes of this world. So Amazon's back office operation is as solid as possible. So today, if e-commerce, if the operation and the allocation of capital in e-commerce is very focused on getting the technology to work, I don't think the value creation process is being fixed. That needs to change. If that is then focused on fixing that large gap between order and delivery, potentially there could be something in there. So that is how I see it. I think that today people can go online, order, which we are doing, right? We're ordering food, we're doing all sorts of things, right? But would it be, it needs to be, if I go to Enugu, the person providing the service in New Haven has to be around New Haven and cater to New Haven. And then maybe there's some consolidation so that those gaps, those distribution gaps are shortened and the service to the customer or to the end user is much stronger and more fulfilling.
I think, very well said. I think that's where we are, I think, and that's what we need to do. Dr. Kachi, my question now to you, let's move a little bit ahead. We're also running short of time now, so we have to close this in next 12 minutes. I would like to very quickly ask, you've just joined Fruit Juice as a CEO, and, you started with one budget, and I'm sure, we all have faced the same problem. We have to cut down, we have to reinvent ourselves, we have to revisit the budgets after March, maybe in April. The first question is that, what kind of changes you've made and what can you advise, to the fellow CEOs and other marketers around. Secondly, I would like to combine this with another question as to, when you are doing these, I would say, revisiting the budgets, I'm sure everybody is going through, huge cost-cutting exercises. How you expect, because we know that, there's a lot of spends around marketing, how the CMOs should be approaching this. And when your CMOs are actually talking to you, what are you expecting from them? And when the CFOs are talking to you, what are your expectations from them? In terms of, maybe cutting down the budgets and seeing, where to cut and where not to cut. And lastly, I would also like to understand from you how much, you are focusing on advertising now. Is it more digital? Is it more still much on print? How much is experiential versus how much is out of home? What is the ratio you would suggest? What would you recommend, basically, all around marketing?
Okay, Himanshu, thank you very much. First question was around what advice you give to CEOs today. The last 4 months has been disastrous for most businesses, and anybody who pretends it hasn't, well, okay, I wish him well. I think, and I've said this on different occasions, that the first job you have as a CEO in your business today is to survive the next 6 months. If you're still around by January and surviving and thriving, then there's a good chance that today the new lingo is the curve. It means that you have probably lived through the difficult curve and you're getting back to the growth curve. So the first thing is surviving. And I think surviving means that you look at your entire cost portfolio, everything from full distribution, marketing, manufacturing, every cost element you need to look at and see which elements can I truly do without over the next 5 to 6 months, so that they ensure that, look, I survived long enough to be in business not just post-COVID, but post the COVID outcomes. Because what we're struggling today is what is happening now. What we don't understand is what the real impact will be after now, because that's where the challenge is. The economic impact, the social impact, the migration impact, we don't know. I don't think nobody knows. So I think first thing is survive that. Now you talked about budget cuts. Everybody cuts budgets. I have a marketing background. So I probably I come from the marketing school of thought that when things are bad is when you invest in marketing. Because what happens is many other people pull out of the airspace. And what you see is that you get better bang for your buck. You get more eyeballs or more share of voice if you're investing now than when everybody is investing at the same time. So my marketing school of thought tells me that, look, you should invest a bit more now, but understand where those consumers are and try to reach them at that point in time. Of course, a CFO school of thought will be fundamentally different, because at the end of the day, the CFO is looking at, how do I give return to my investors? How do I improve my EBIT? How do I drive down costs so my margins don't shrink? And I understand. So you'll always have that tension between what the guy wants and what the CFO wants. My first guiding principle is make sure you survive. If you spend money you don't have, that they guarantee that consumers will reward you. You're struggling. I expect the CMO or marketing director look at the entire marketing mix and I understand the consumers that are relevant to my brands. Where are they? What are they doing? What are they watching? And how best can I convince them to try my products? So if your brand requires a lot of look and feel, I'll say invest a lot more in experiential. You know, how do I get them within the context of COVID today to see and try my brands? If your brand drives in-store purchases and you want recall before they enter stores, then maybe invest in-store at the shelf, maybe. And so in terms of the choices you make, where to cut and when not to cut, you can only make it on the basis of understanding your brands and your consumers. That's for me, first thing. I think a lot of people have moved digital just simply because the traditional media is much more expensive than digital, one. Two, a lot of people in-house have young people who are digitally savvy, so who can try to boost their posts on Facebook or tweet a lot or Snapchat your products. And people do that. So in terms of the barriers to entry, in terms of these other channels and your reach, a lot of organizations are going that route because, okay, you're keeping people busy and they're costing you much less. So I would say that for most organizations, there will be a shift to digital platforms, but it's in the short term. Because when the COVID restrictions are lifted and people get out there, the traditional channels still become very important. Another trend I see, especially with those who have money, is that a lot of homes today are watching international digital platforms. Here I'm talking about Apple TV, Netflix. I met somebody who is not maybe an LSM, a high social income group earner somewhere, and I said, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm watching Netflix on my phone." And I said, "Oh, you have a Netflix account?" He said, "Yes." And it's interesting because if our consumers are no more watching our traditional NTAs or DSTVs, and they're all on Netflix, we must find a way digitally to ensure that our communication hits them where they are. So in terms of cut, I'll say, if you ask me digital spend, look, today spend is skewed digitally when compared to radio or TV or outdoor.
Yeah.
Today, I'd say, look, 70% of most marketing budgets are now focused on what I can do digitally for now, because it's cheaper and it costs me less, while I save money on radio, TV, and outdoor. With the view that if in 3-4 months' time we get out of this, I would have saved some money to reduce the losses I'll have in terms of slowed business, or I'll be able to get back those platforms towards the November, December period, which is usually our highest consumption period, especially in the foods and service space.
Yeah, yeah.
You asked one, and I'll wrap up. I know you have very short time. Just one last word on what you asked around why some of these companies have failed. Elo raised the fundamental points. Without logistics, you can't succeed in digital commerce. It doesn't matter what you think. And today, if you drive to Apapa, realize that if a guy placed an order in Apapa for anything, and you need to deliver it from Victoria Land, it will take you 2 days. There's no way you will succeed. Right? So it doesn't matter what we say. They will keep failing unless on an infrastructural basis we improve that. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kachi. I think, that was really insightful. And actually that, being, again, coming from a market research background, your thoughts about, understanding consumer and then aligning, the budgets around understanding the brand and consumer together. I think, I'm in the right zone and the right places. Okay, so Ilo, my question now is to you, and this would be probably the last question because we just have 2 to 3 minutes to wrap this up. We've seen a lot of reports around news media being in crisis, with a broken business model built around online advertisements. The daring ones like our publisher today, Business Day, who have been pushed forward with subscription model, but they are yet to be rewarded with a quantum of reader response to sustain the high quality journalism. What are the insights that you can give as Terragon to the media publishers and probably to Business Day, who's groping with these current challenges around the media business models right now, especially around print media?
Yeah, so this is a trap that we fell into. When we launched our mobile advertising network a few years ago, we thought digital advertising was going to be strong enough to sustain a business model and keep the business going. But we weren't very lucky. That wasn't the case. And when I think about it, I think about it more from there are a number of reasons. I wouldn't say I think there's a GDP component to it. I also think that there's a education. I talked about this earlier. Awareness of where things are. But beyond that, I also think that there's a big part of it is an innovation problem. And what does that mean? It means that when we talk about digital, we talk about Netflix, we talk about YouTube, we talk about all this stuff. Everybody's struggling. The global people are struggling. They're not making a ton of money. They're not meeting their budgets or their goals. But at the heart of it is, who is the African consumer? And where are they consuming this digital content from? The African consumer is a mobile citizen, which is they are 99% on mobile. But beyond them being 99% on mobile, they are also prepaid. What does that mean? Today, Wednesday, the 15th of July, he could have data and can connect to the internet. Or he has enough, he has somewhere he has Wi-Fi access. Beyond COVID and stuff, before COVID, they were not online all the time. So when we talk about numbers, we have 25 million people somewhere. But at the heart of it, how many of them are online at the specific time you're trying to reach them? They are not always online because that is the nature. It's the African nomad mentality. So because they are prepaid, they're not there. Bringing it home to publishers. I tell publishers that advertising by itself is an add-on, but the primary source of revenue needs to be a product proposition that bets on subscription. And on that subscription, what is at the heart of it? Subscription, you have to know who the customer is. You have to know that this customer can pay 200, 500 naira a month. And the model that Financial Times used to scale their business to 60, 70% subscription, and New York Times and Co., that is not the same model that Business Day is going to use. That is not the same model that the publishers locally are going to use. They will need to adjust their business models so that it's coming out in fragments, which is in a prepaid way, because that's how the African spends. If 98% of the population is prepaid, therefore, the payment model around it needs to be as convenient. So it's a plethora of different options: the innovation, the payment, the product, growing the market, the education, and I think that's at the heart of the work that needs to be done. So it's not advertising will pay for, advertising only will not pay for it. Maybe when we get to the point where we are a $1 trillion GDP economy or $2 trillion or whatever. But when I use the cases of in Southeast Asia, where the economies are on the average, $1 to $3 trillion, excluding China and India, the publishing companies have also they have not grown at scale from advertising, So it's monetization from subscription and plus advertising, as well as being open about driving innovation across the different pillars of the business.
Thank you, Elo, and I think this was the last question. Thank you, both of you, Dr. Kachi and Elo, for
Thank
your
you, Himanshu.
really insightful session
Thank
and
you,
all
Elo.
your answers.
Thank you,
It
Dr.
was really
Kachi.
great
Meet you.
moderating this two of you and asking all those questions to you. It was really insightful for myself, and I'm sure for all the attendees who are attending this session. Thank you. Over to Business Day, please.
Thank you.
Let's do something more interesting. Let's sing.
Showing your way.
It's me, like no other.
No one's can do it like you.
It's me, like no other.
You practice every day.
It's me, like no other.
Get it right with Indomie.
Indomie, like no other.
Here's to all amazing moms who nurture the uniqueness in our kids while keeping them healthy and safe. So kids, stay indoors, wash your hands, and enjoy your favorite delicious Indomie noodles. Indomie noodles, tasty nutrition, good for you.
John, you can use our.
Ew. Me said I should always that is cleaned with toilet. James will buy home.
What's the problem? Use Hypo Toilet Cleaner. Introducing the new and affordable Hypo Toilet Cleaner. Kills germs and deodorizes your toilet.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Mr. Himanshu Verma, for that wonderful fireside chat. And we also thank our very able speakers, Mr. Elo Ume, who is the CEO of Tarragon Group, and Dr. Kachi Onibogu, Managing Partner at Fruta Juice and Services Nigeria Limited. So without any further ado, I'm excited to announce the first panel session, and it's entitled Advertising Outlook, What Lies Ahead for Messaging Channels and Spending. Our moderator for this panel session will be Marian Ogaziechi, Associate Director, Trading Investment Management at Dentsu. And the panelists are who is Executive Director at Media Investments OMG, BK, Mr. Soji Olaogun, General Manager, Algorithm Media, Mr. Abasima Aderisit, CEO Wild Fusion, Mr. Akintunde Marino, Chief Executive Officer at Utopia Media Group, and Mr. Lampe Omoyele, who is the Managing Director at Nitro 121. So I'd like to call on to our able moderator, Marian Ogaziechi, who is the Associate Director, Trading Investment Management at Dentsu Agis Network, to please come on and moderate the panel. Thank you. Over to you, Marian.
Thank you, Leila. Thank you for the warm introduction. And this is to say good morning to our attendees. Good morning, everyone. And before I introduce us to our panelists, I would like us to understand why we're here today. So this is the advertising panel, and we're going to be discussing on three broad areas: on spend, planning, as well as messaging. Now, on spend, we're going to be discussing, or rather examining how the current cycle may affect or is already affecting advertisers and the consumer device. So we're going to be looking at the big threats and the big opportunities that we can leverage. We're also going to be dissecting how the current cycle could reset relationships between the agencies and advertisers, as well as agencies and media owners. We're also going to be gauging advertisers' calls as they adjust budgets and their responses to the crisis, as well as the impact on their businesses. Now, on planning, we're going to get a sense of how agencies are responding to the effect of the pandemic on their business and their perspective on the outlook for the next 6 to about 18 months. Finally, we're going to be looking at how trends and public opinion are shaping messaging. Now, before I go on, I would like to briefly introduce you to the panelists. So meet Yinka. Mr. Yinka Adebayo has over 20 years experience in the field of marketing communication, with key focus on advertising and media. So he started his career with Promoserve Limited, and he has worked with other advertising agencies before he joined MediaReach OMD. So his experience spans a wide range of products, including FMCGs, telecommunication, banking, automobile, and the airline industry. Yinka is a graduate of MassCom and holds an MBA from the University of Adeleke. He's also an alumnus of the prestigious Lagos Business School. He's a full member of APCOM, Publicity Secretary of MIPAN, and faculty member of the Alphabet Media Academy. Yinka is currently the Executive Director, Media Investment, Omnicom Group, West Africa. Thank you, Yinka, for coming on. We also have, oh, sorry. Can you all see my screen, please? Leila, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We also have Abasima Idarisit. He's a technology entrepreneur, CEO and founder of Wild Fusion. So Wild Fusion is Africa's leading independent digital holding company with operations in Kenya, Ghana, as well as Nigeria. So Idarisit has been recognized in the United Nations MIPAD Top 100 Most Influential People of African Descent under 40 in the business and entrepreneurship category. He was also listed in the 2017 and 2016 Coastal Institute Top under 40 Young Economic Leaders in Africa. Abbas is a graduate of Information System and holds an MBA from the Manchester Business School. Mr. Idarisit has been instrumental in driving technology adoption and penetration across Africa by investing in a number of technology startups. Welcome, Abbas.
Thank you very much.
Soji Olaogu is the General Manager of Algorithm. Soji has over 20 years experience in marketing communication and media management across Nigerian markets, spanning every major category, which includes but not limited to the FMCG category, financial sector, aviation, food, beverages, telco, oil and gas, amongst others. So his role and responsibilities have varied from strategy and planning to negotiation and implementation. Lately, he has been involved with team building and management, strategic business analysis and business development, and helping to integrate Nigeria into the WPP network by championing cooperation with other markets. Welcome, Soji. Soji is the GM of Algorithm Media. Akintunde Morio is the CEO of Ethiopia Media. So he is a seasoned entrepreneur with over 11 years of experience in industries, including, but not limited to, finance, marketing and technology. And he has worked with multiple global firms such as Reckitt Benckiser, ABI, South African Tourism, and Kraft Heinz. He holds in banking and finance and a bachelor's degree in geography and regional planning from the prestigious University of Lagos. His work experience has spanned over various sectors of the economy, including finance, international trade, and advertising. His aim to empower the youth also found him pioneering Spark Magazine. Now, Spark Magazine is the digital arm of Business Day newspaper, where he leads as Chief Operating Officer. So as an agent of change, Akintunde is disrupting the rapidly changing television industry through his baby Arcadia Premium Television. Now, the last but not the least is one man that I really respect and is one of my mentors as well in the industry. So Mr. Lampe Omoyele is the managing director of Nitro 121 and also a founding partner of the Lucent Consulting Company. So he was previously the managing director of Nielsen West Africa, also formerly Africa's marketing director of GSK, Consumer Healthcare. He was marketing director as well as Nutrisima and marketing director Airtel Nigeria, and also marketing director Cadbury East and Central Africa. Lampe holds a BSc and MSc degree in biochemistry and is also an alumnus of the Lagos Business School. He's a fellow of the MIMN and also a trustee of ADVAN, associate member of APCON, and a member of the Advisory Council for Advertising Week. Lampe serves on the board of several companies and not-for-profit organizations. He's an adjunct faculty member of the Orange Academy and Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos, where he teaches marketing strategy. He's also a council member of Jason Lehman Group, a leading global expert network that provides independent consulting services. Thank you, Mr. Lampe. Thank you, Mr. Adebayo. Thank you, Akintunde Mori and the others for accepting to be on the panel. So before we start, I would like us to send our questions on www.slido.com. So ensure you use the code #BDMON. Every question also should indicate the name of the panelist to whom the question is directed at. So I will start today's discussion with Mr. Lampe, Mr. Omoyele, rather. So Mr. Omoyele, 2020 was supposed to be a stable year for agencies. That's what we thought. But according to a March report released by the Interactive Advertising Bureau, about 25% of media buyers and brands plan to pause spending until the end of Q2 following the pandemic that occurred, that ravaged the world in January, February in Q1. So while 46% indicated they have adjusted their ad budget across the same period, three-quarter expected the pandemic to have a bigger impact than the 2018 financial year. However, before the new COVID hit, global advertising investment was estimated to grow. Now, it was estimated to grow at about 7.1%, but now it is estimated to undergo an emaciation of about 8.1%, which is about $50 billion. Now, and this is as a result of the changing behavior. So as a marketing communication expert, Mr. Omoyele, do you expect ad spending in Nigeria to drop by that amount? It could be higher or it could be lower rather. So, and this is also considering that some of the big spenders of advertising in Nigeria, like banks, FMCGs, and telco, had seen a boost in the trend since the lockdown. So my question is, are these fears actually misplaced in the Nigerian context? Since the curves are not flattening, is the worst yet to come? Do you think the worst is yet to come? We would like to hear your point of view on that.
Thank you, Marian, for having me, and good morning, everyone. And thank you, Business Day. And I think it's a good kick-off question, and I think there are several facets to the question, and also I'll offer different perspectives to the question. One of the things that we first of all found out, as we know, Nigeria kind of lagged behind in terms of the coronavirus pandemic hitting our shores, and also looking at the impact on us. So the first quarter of this year, it seemed as if things were going to be business as usual. And so advertising spend typically in the first quarter of the year in Nigeria is not that high, okay? But there were hopes that things would rev up as advertisers began to rev up in terms of their plans in the first quarter. So in the first quarter, there was a kind of evenness, okay, in Nigeria. So while we may not have empirical numbers, and I'm hoping that Nika may be able to offer some empirical numbers, but while we not have empirical numbers, in the first quarter, we found a certain steadiness. However, as March hit and the pandemic became more real for us in Nigeria, there has been an immediate reactive response on the part of advertisers. And now this is a consequence of the fact that economic activity began to decline as there began concerns about the health and safety factors arisen from the pandemic. And the situations of lockdown then began to happen to worsen the economic activities. As a consequence, advertisers began to be concerned about the impact on their revenues and their bottom line. So top line and bottom line concerns from a profitability perspective came into play. And as a consequence, one of the things that we began to experience and generally was a cut down in terms of marketing spend as a consequence of reduced economic activity. And what we found is that in the second quarter of this year, from April to June, several advertisers had cut down significantly in their advertising spend, right, in terms of what you might call the typical traditional spend around television, radio, and out of home. And as you can imagine, out of home advertising has suffered as a result of the restrictions in movement. So second quarter of the year reduced advertising spend. Now, when you total that together, the consequences in the first half of this year, my projections is that there has been a lower spend across board. We found FMCGs have been hit by reduced economic activity. So the sectors that have gained from the pandemic will be the telcos, home entertainment, and the banks. Now, when you put all this together, you probably find a perhaps slight decline in terms of advertising spend. I can't put a figure in terms of percentage, but definitely I think across most sectors there have been decline, which may have been made up by the banks and the telcos. So probably a slight decline in the first half of the year in terms of advertising spend in Nigeria. Definitely we're seeing a decline in most sectors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Omoyele. So it will, Mr. Yinka, I don't know if Mr. Yinka is on the call.
Yeah, hello Miriam, I'm very much here.
So can we see your video, please?
Yeah, my video is up and running. Can you see it?
Oh, okay. No, but that's fine. I'm sure you are. Okay. So as the investment director for Omnicom Group, West Africa, it would be nice to hear your perspective on that, on the budget cuts. Do you think that the fears are in place in terms of cutting budgets? Is it like an all-shoe-fits-all kind of strategy? Or what are your thoughts on that? Would like to hear your thoughts on that from a West Africa perspective.
Well, thank you so much, Miriam, and a big shout out to Business Day for putting it together. This is quite instructive, and I'm so delighted to be here. I think more importantly for me is the fact that it's like Mr. Omoyele rightly said, I think we've had a knee-jerk reaction. Unfortunately for us, many of the brands we have around missed out on an opportunity to really engage constructively and meaningfully with their customer during this COVID period. For me, I think if there's any country that has benefited from COVID, I would say Nigeria has been one of the countries that has benefited the most. And I'll tell you why. Technology has been with us forever. What COVID has done is to forcefully, and I've deliberately used the word forcefully, open our eyes to how inefficient we've actually operated as an economy. This kind of session, we probably will be looking at getting a venue at a hotel to have this kind of session. But look at the power of technology, what it has done to us. It didn't come on us yesterday. It's been there forever. But what technology has done, what COVID has done, is to force us to sit down and think about how we can do things more effectively and efficiently and save ourselves quality time and money, as well as energy too. So having said that, unfortunately for us, we are hoping that this year is going to be a year of opportunity for us to wrap up and get things back on track. But let me put it up front to say that advertising spend in this our climate has been grossly underreported, because even those who gather the informative data, they are not able to cover everything. So it's grossly under, and that's why you have a situation where Nigeria as a country is seen as being still behind South Africa. Nigerians are very vibrant, energetic, and they are adventurous people. And you can't hold them down. Yes, the challenges will always be there, but just give them time. They'll think through and find a way to surmount it. Year on year, we've actually witnessed it. I think the only period we've gotten a high upscale on advertising bill was in 2015, where in 2014 we had 93 billion. Then 2015, it went up to about 97 billion in terms of spend, and that's just about 5% increase. From 2015 downward, it's always been a year-on-year decline. And surprisingly, I think in 2018, it was 81 billion. Then last year, 2019, at least, advertising spend reported was about 79 billion. That's almost like about 2% decline. Well, this year, we are hoping that, yes, people will have gotten used to, let's get it back on track. All of a sudden, COVID came into the scene and eats everybody. Unfortunately for us, COVID is one route that nobody has ever travel pass. So that you don't have a ready-made template that will tell you on how to navigate. But yes, while some companies or some businesses see the cup as half full, others see it as half empty. And I'll tell you, there are some companies who the money they've never made in the industry, they're making it in during this COVID period. And we have instances. But lo and behold, what I see generally in terms of advertising is that, yes, unfortunately, this year has been a major choker for most businesses. People have been forced to go back to the drawing board and re-strategize and rethink their strategy for the future. While some have been quick to get things back on track, others are probably still sulking and still waiting. COVID is not like, well, from the look of things, with the spike we are seeing, COVID is most unlikely to end even in the second quarter. I dare say, maybe, I mean, in the second quarter, maybe even in the third quarter, let's hope and pray that things will get back to track by the fourth quarter. But even then, after this COVID experience, I dare say that we would never, and I repeat, never be the same again. In the way we do business, in the way we engage customers. So a whole lot of things are changing. And the earlier we go back to the drop and put our thinking cap on to see how we creatively, strategically, and responsibly plug into that trade, I think the better for us, really. On the general scale, I think for me this year, from what I see about between something. So if you look at the historical trend, which I've given to you, we've actually over between 5 to 2% decline. This year, with things going, and unfortunately for even if we want to attract the advertising, where are the content? We just had because if you want to advertise that, you must give them compelling content. Where are the content? Actually, Nobogu just mentioned something that people are logged on Netflix. Yes, the question is even the traditional media. Yes, even the traditional media. What content do you have to be compelling to draw out the money? Because oftentimes when brand or advertisers see compelling ideas, the money that the budget that they tell you is not available, they have a way of bringing it out. Yeah, but the idea must be compelling, must be such that wow, I cannot miss this opportunity. Where are those content? Many of the stations are still doing the same thing, and people are finding it's not that it's easy for people to migrate to Netflix. Really, data is still a huge sum, cost them money. But men, in a situation where you are locked down, you cannot go out, you cannot do anything. You look for how do I relieve this pressure? How do I relieve this stress? You walk, you get onto the news channel, you are bombarded with so many negative news about spikes. How can I get relief? And that is why many, and unfortunately for them, you even have a situation where some channels are even bold to say, hey guys, sorry, because of COVID, we are not able to produce new content. So what the old content? So you have repeat of episodes. Is that what you want another to invest in? Certainly not. So the import of it is the fact that the content needs to ramp up. So basically, for you to bring out the money from advertiser, you need to bring in compelling ideas, compelling content that will draw out that money. Unfortunately, that is still not there. So for this year, we are still likely to experience a decline of approximately between 5 to 10% marks generally. But on the whole, I think hopefully now things are happening. Most people are likely going to now get to the reality of the fact that COVID is not likely to go away soon. And the earlier you plug into the business, you plug into the trade, because it's like a whirlwind. What you don't want to do is to stand on its way, because if you dare stand on its way, it's going to crush you. So how do you now flow with the trend and make sure that at the head of the old tunnel, your face will still be in front as a business? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adebayo. And I'm sure that we have a lot of media owners, especially the electronic bit of them, producers and all on the show. And you have said it all. We don't have a lot of compelling content to ensure that the advertisers, or to convince the advertisers to continue to release budgets. So I'm sure that they are here and they will take this home. Now, still on the topic of global versus local context. Online advertising in the US, Europe, and some parts of Asia have been a big beneficiary in the shift in social behavior. And this is as a result of public health situation. So are we seeing the same trend playing out in Nigeria? And Abbas, this is for you. So as a hypothetical question, if this overtake happens, what will be the implication for the traditional media, which has been dependent on this cash cow forever, especially as earnings paid to media owners by Facebook and Google from online advertising pale in comparison with traditional owned assets? Abbas, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, do allow me to extend my gratitude to Business Day for having me on this session. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, Business Day. A trend is starting, just like we're seeing before our very eyes, and COVID has literally disrupted our lives, the way we interact and the way we engage and interact with ourselves. Whether it's global or whether it's local, we're seeing a whole lot of that happen in our market, or we are seeing a whole lot of that happen and reported on a daily basis. Yesterday, something very interesting happened. The Supreme Court ruled legalizing virtual court. What that means is your court cases can actually be held over electronic channels. You know, for a very traditional industry, or it's not industry, but a very traditional arm of government like the judiciary, you know, innovating or accepting the reality today, that sends a whole lot of message. So that is just one aspect of our society that has evolved. There are other aspects. I mean, we're seeing spikes in electronic orders, e-commerce for, you know, goods and services being demanded by people on a daily basis. We're also seeing a spike in online education. So this is here to stay. And just before I go ahead to speak to answer your question, there's something I would like to extend to everyone here. Never waste a crisis. Whatever you need to do, either to readjust your business, recalibrate, re-strategize, this is the perfect time to do it. Never waste a crisis. There is an opportunity right now, whatever you're doing in business, utilize it, sit back and say, listen, what can do not let this crisis kill you, but also do not let it go to waste. Don't waste this crisis. Now, speaking to your question as regarding the traditional players, there is an evolution taking place in a number of channels, whether you're looking at the print, you're looking at the out of home, or you're looking at radio or whatever. I think this is the best time for these media owners and these traditional channels to begin to adapt. Let's look at the print, for example. There was a time print was all about newspapers, but right now they've established online presence. They're able to, you know, get their news and content out there. They have also been able to unlock new income and new revenue sources, which at the end of the day can sit side by side with the money they're making offline. This opportunity, digital in that particular instance, has been harnessed by the print industry for the good of the industry. The same thing also happened, the same opportunity also, it's available for the out-of-home industry. So with electronic billboards, there are opportunities to plug these electronic billboards into international marketplaces or ad exchanges where, and I'm seeing a whole lot of that happen even in other countries. People can sit in one country and, you know, upload an advert and it comes out on a billboard in another country. So the opportunities out there. I know there are obviously regulatory considerations for this, but again, these are opportunities for, you know, the traditional players to begin to evolve and adapt to times like this, because there is a threat. For out-of-home people, when people are restricted and at home, you're going to see your budget, you're going to see your revenue significantly decline. But what can you do in a time like that? This is a time for you to, for lack of a better word, digitize your business. This is the time for you to innovate as a traditional player. And just like I had, you know, mentioned at first, never waste a crisis. I see this also, yes, it's a difficult time, but the glass is half empty, but also it's also half full. So there's an opportunity here for both the traditional and the digital players. We shouldn't let this go to waste.
Okay, thank you, Abbas. So another question. So side by side with public health crises and economic uncertainties, as you had mentioned, there's an ongoing conversation over free speech between advertisers and platform owners. So specifically, there's a heated debate around the world right now, driven by advertisers and on the responsibility of platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to actively police user-generated content. So Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and Jack of Twitter have had divergent positions on that. So in the Nigerian context, the equivalent may be the comment sections of, say, some websites like Linda Ekeji and blogs, where the comment sections are often filled with abusive posts and some cases, fraudulent advertising. And sometimes you also have ethnic targeted sentiments, right? So do you think that is the responsibility of the platform owners to actively intervene in the comment section and say user-generated content in general? And have you had any conversation in this regard with your clients? Also, what brand safety advice would you give to advertisers now?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. It's a very simple answer. When, as a publisher, what you have done, you've created a platform where you're bringing people together to interact, either interact with your content or interact with themselves. You have a moral, and you also do have a social responsibility to ensure that that place is safe. That place it's conducive for people to come in and interact. It's not a place for hate speeches. It's not a place for ethnic related content that are not productive for the society. Every publisher has a moral and social responsibility to ensure that their platform is safe. There's also an additional cost that comes with, policing that content, depending on the size of. I mean, you talked about Linda Ikeji. This is a platform that has millions of people. If she has to police and provide some vigilante services to look at what's going on there, it's obviously going to cost that extra. So if you're unable to do it, then disable some of these functionalities so people are not able to make comment, or you implement softwares and solutions that actually do scan your website from time to time, looking for analyzing the sentiment of the content that are coming up, and then you go up there and you deal with these issues. But every publisher do have a social and a moral responsibility to ensure that their platform is brand safe, their platform is safe for the public, is also safe for themselves, but is also safe for their users. I've had a number of conversations with a number of my brands, clients. It's very important that we carry out audits before putting up your content or putting up your messaging on certain platform, because if it's not brand safe for you, or if it's an environment that is not conducive for your brand, it will definitely cannibalize on your brand. So a number of that conversations have been around, is this the right place for me? So they have to always be some form of audit first before you definitely put out your message on a platform like that. A classic example would be with influencers or brand ambassadors. A few days ago, someone tweeted something without mentioning names, and it's a very controversial issue that straddles ethnic and gender. And this is an individual that is very influential, and this is an individual that knocked on our doors over the past few years, asking for brand partnerships and opportunity. Now, if you position your brand with such, if you engage with such content where there is a lot of hate speech, where there is a lot of controversial issues around gender and ethnicity, and at the same time you're asking for brand to get associated with you, then at that particular instance, you've made yourself to be controversial. You've made yourself to be unsustainable for a brand to associate with. So I picked up the phone and I called this gentleman and I said to him, listen, what are you doing on Twitter with this messaging? You can't say things like this and expect a brand, especially the type of brand you're asking me for, to be associated with you, especially with your proposal that you're putting in there, to be honored, because you've suddenly made yourself to be not to be conducive for a brand to associate with. So it's very important, before we put our messages out there, we need to carry out some sentiment analysis. We need to carry out an audit on the platform or the individual or the channel to be sure that it's definitely safe for our clients and our brands.
Thank you.
And just one more thing, and just to recap the other one, all publishers do have moral and social responsibility to ensure that their platform is conducive for users and their customers.
Thank you so much, Abbas. So talking content and messaging now, I would like us to understand from a content creator, a creative person's point of view. Akintunde Mourinho is here. So Akin, would like to understand how creative and copywriting talent within your agency are taking up the messaging challenge. And this is to ensure that they develop compelling ads and materials during this period.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I would say, so the COVID, and as Mr. Yinka has said, has forced us to think more robustly about what exactly we're doing and how we're doing it. All the other things that were typically unnecessary that we thought were still part of our lives has been kind of pulled away, and we're left with our core. And for any advertising to work, I mean, everybody knows this, you have to ensure that the messaging that you are writing for any copy, to whoever the target audience is, you understand who they are, you understand what their influences are, you understand what they like. So typically it hasn't really changed much, because basic advertising already ensures that you know who you're talking to. But from the consumer point of view now, this is where the adjustment will come in. What is now important to the consumer? So there has to be a quick reevaluation of the target audience to understand what is now important to them and what isn't, and then build your messaging around those things to ensure that you still get the same level of engagement you did before the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk media planning now. It would be nice for us to know how advertisers are adjusting budget, and this is for Soji. So as a communication expert, from a media planning point of view, how do we ensure that brands continue to drive brand saliency even in the face of declining ad budget as we're currently experiencing?
Thank you very much, Miriam.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank Business Day for putting this together. And it's an honor for me to share the platform with august personalities on this panel. You know, one of the challenges of our industry is that people will, brands think immediately once there's a challenge with the brands and they have budget issues, the first place they look to cut budgets is season. And so that has real impact for our businesses. But with every challenge, there comes an opportunity. So when brands begin to cut budget, what it does is that it then forces the planner to think more deeply, think more strategically. It's easy. Anybody can do well and throw money around when there is budget available. But the reason why we are professionals is that we need to take things, that we will find them and then see how best we can make the budget we have work for us. So that's really what we do. So what it does is that it helps us to think more strategically, that you cut out all of the frills. What are the things that you could do without? All right, because now you don't have as much budget as you used to have. What are the things that we can do without? And then it just helps you to dig deeper and make sure that you maintain the core and the crux of your media strategy. Okay. So I think like that, you can ensure that the brand still maintains its relevance. It still gets across to who's important for the brand. You're still able to reach the target audience, strategically. So that's what it just does from my point of view, helps us to think more deeply. It's a bigger challenge, but it helps us think more deeply and to get to the crux of the matter.
Okay, thank you, Soji. I would like to talk a bit on long-term acquisitions and the impact that it has concerning the budget cuts. And this is to Yinka. So you agree with me that there are some contracts that are actually long-term because there are certain kinds of acquisitions that actually should be long-term. Now, how has the budget cut affected such long-term commitments? And how have you been able to manage such, I think I'll call that a delicate situation, because you need to satisfy two parties, the platform owners as well as the advertisers. If you have experienced that, and I'm sure you would have, how have you been able to manage that?
Well, thank you, Miriam. Long-term commitment is always good, is always there. At least something must have informed your decision to go the route of long-term, really. But like I said earlier, there's what we call force majeure, what you never plan for coming to eat you, like the COVID situation. But at the same time, it all depends on the kind of cap you are wearing. It all depends on the kind of content or the kind of sponsorship you are talking about here. EPL was off here. I dare say that not many clients who were on EPL will say because of COVID, they don't want it anymore. If the content is good, it's good. If it's going to wait, they will wait. But then there are equally a couple of content that cannot wait, because for you to, even as a brand, you've gone into that partnership for some strategic reason. Where it's not happening? Where it's not happening? You know, we mentioned something about you putting on your thinking cap. Can we strategize? So it's important, it's increasingly becoming important for media experts to be close to the media they buy. There's nothing like one size fits all. The audience that we have in Nigeria and across Africa, I dare say across African countries, are dynamic, energetic, and most importantly, very, very adventurous. How willing are they? Yes, if the sport is not happening, what next is the next big ship that we can create? Can we create something? And you can imagine. Without sense of urgency, I'll put this to the table here. One of the key content that we partner DSTV to create is actually the Owambe show on Saturday, which has become the rave of the moment in the industry. What happened? People are locked down at home. They are being bombarded with news. For one of my brand, Indomie, the message initially was that stay at home, stay will bring the food to you. But after eating, what do? Sleep from morning till night? No problem. You now said, okay, let's bring entertainment to you. The old one that you cannot go out for outside, let's bring it to your home. And people in the whole country have been so excited that when we see the tweet, people tweeting in from Kenya. And what do? It's just a matter of bringing band into the studio and asking people at home to get hooked to that content. So the Owambe party you cannot go out for, let's bring it into your various homes. And the response has been overwhelming. People are not just dancing, but you give them some moment of fame by uploading their video and showing them on a continental TV station. And the response has been overwhelming. So we need to consider, say, yeah, this is the budget for this sponsorship. This reality has come up to how quickly can we take advantage? And like Abbas rightly mentioned, never waste a crisis. Crisis will always remain the best platform for a good manager to excel. But it depends on the cap we are hearing. Are you seeing it as half full or half empty? How you see it will determine where you travel. Is it that you want to travel up or you go down with it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. But before I move to someone else, are there cases or situations where budget cut had impacted on your communication plans? And if yes, how have you dealt with it? Of course, there will be.
There will be naturally. But for me, let's even be careful. The way we use time in this climate too, we equally need to be careful. I have clients who is not spending, and I tell him, oh, what's happening? These cool people come this one, tell me I'm cutting budget. I say, you never had budget before. So what are you cutting? Let's face reality. You never had budget before. So let's not use a general time. Even those who are not budget cut, who is spending? But we need to bear in mind the fact that in life, if your presence is not felt, your absence will not be missed.
Yeah.
So it's important for us to say, hey, how do we talk? So I tell you, the period of COVID is really an eye-opener, and it's equally an opportunity for brands to build their relationship and engage with their clients. Yes, one of the industry that has been grossly affected by this pandemic will probably be the aviation industry.
Yeah.
But between me and you, I happen to be a member of one of the high-flying club of one of the airlines, and this period they've left me home and dry. Not even a single communication to respond to, even empathize with me. And I'm not going to be, but how do you empathize with me to say, hey, we are all grounded now, but be rest assured, life will come back and we are here with you. Such messages goes a long way. The £1 you give me when I'm broke is more valuable and important to me than the 1 million you give me. Identify with people at their pain point, at the period when they are stressed is very, very important. And unfortunately, many of the brands went on that. Not even communicating, and when the whole thing is over, you bring on and you expect me that as a loyal flyer, I'll come to your hairline again. I'll save you. So for me, that's the reason. So we need to put on our thinking cap. So I think it's critically important to say budget fund, we need to be careful. Who are those who are even playing big before? Can we talk to them? I know who are not playing. And interestingly, there are some brands who are not playing before, but they've seen this period as an opportunity to come out, and they've actually been visible. No matter how. You see, in life, if you are not running, make sure you are walking. If you are not walking, make sure you are crawling. At every point in time, make sure you are not static. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know we have a lot of entrepreneurs on this discussion as attendees. So I would like Mr. Lampe, I would like us to talk a bit around SMEs. So because we tend to focus on big companies and campaigns when we talk advertising. But in recent years, we have noticed that SMEs have been spending significantly. So I think they make up about 5% of ad spend in Nigeria today. So Mr. Lampe, what do you think are the overarching sentiments that drive SME digital ad spend and also non-digital ad spend?
No, thank you, Marian, and great comments from other panelists so far. Thank you. I think the key thing for SMEs and MSMEs is always considerations around budget and the thinking around the fact that advertising is expensive. But I think clearly, one of the things that this pandemic is also showing is that really we should be thinking a lot more around touch points. Okay. So Yinka earlier talked about pain points, but let me just raise it up to the issue of touch points. And touch points really is about where can you reach, where can you engage with your target markets. And so for SMEs, and in fact, even for bigger companies, the question right now must be your touch points. Where are your customers? Understanding the customer purchase journey, understanding the customer media habits and consumption is really important. Now, once as SME also therefore understands where the customers are, where they can talk to them, where they can reach them, where they can provide engagement, communication, experience for them, then they can begin to deploy their media strategies. So whether it is digital, whether it is TV, the real issue is where are they, the touch points. And a clear definition of who the target market is and understanding the media consumption habits really helps, because it then helps to limit the quote unquote 50% of advertising that is supposedly advertised because you don't know exactly where they are. So once you've defined what your target market is, you know what they do, what their touch points are, you can then deploy appropriately in a cost-effective manner and ensuring that you're monitoring the impact of your advertising or your marketing communications. So the digital space enables you, the platforms enables you to engage with customers. So definitely what we are finding over time, even before the pandemic, is that there's increasing spend on digital, in the digital space. Now, what has happened is that this has also pivoted even faster, accelerated even faster because of the current situation. So we are going to find SMEs increasingly spending on digital space, but I tend to try and look at it more as a touch point perspective, where they can actually reach who their target market is. So we're going to find increasing space once SMEs also better understand that, and also once agencies and suppliers also understand that it's really more about a clear definition of the target market and know where the touch points are and addressing those touch points in a cost-effective manner.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lampe. To Abbas now, I want us to talk a bit around digital brand safety and transparency. So sometime in 2019, the chief brand officer of Procter & Gamble globally gave a famous speech where he indicted the digital advertising value chain. Now I'll read in his words. He said, "There has been a dark side to this digital advertising technology revolution. Most notably, the lack of transparency leading to massive media wastes, outright fraud, and issues of brand safety. As digital media became dominant, we faced the inconvenient truth that we are operating in a murky, non-transparent, and sometimes even fraudulent media supply chain." So Abbas, do you agree that there's need to be more transparent in accounting for audience interaction for digital ad spending? Because I don't know, do you think that advertisers in Nigeria, especially the middle and below size, fully understand the analytics and justification of spend, as well as the line to site of conversation? So this is despite the wealth of analytic and reports that you get from the digital platform. So why does this cynicism really persist? Why does it persist?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. All industries are industries are evolving with time. And what you see happening with the digital marketing industry is you had a situation where the marketing industry or the advertising industry, it's being disrupted by, for lack of a better word, outsiders. And these are technology people, these are technology specialists who do understand technology. The same thing is the same thing that's happening in the financial industry. So you have the same technology specialist coming with innovative solution into a very traditional industry like financial service or marketing and advertising. When things like that do happen, you'll find out that there are new products that were designed and conceived by, for lack of better words, outsiders. And what you would definitely see would be, it's never gonna be perfect at first, but there's always gonna be iteration, there's always gonna be changes, and things do evolve and improve over time. Absolutely, I do agree with the Chief Brand Officer of Procter & Gamble. There's a lot that needs to be done. I give you a classic example. The term impression in digital, basically it's the number of times an advert, pops up or is displayed. Now, the early days of advertising, when we first started, when I started Wow Fusion, 2009, 2010, you had a situation where you were reporting impressions saying, okay, we have 1 million impressions. This is what the client is paying for. That means the ad has been seen 1 million times, or the ad has been displayed 1 million times, I beg your pardon. Now, there were some of the impressions or some of those messages that were below the fold, meaning people need to scroll down before they can see that creative or that mass messaging. Now, the fact that it popped up doesn't mean that someone had seen it. But guess what? A brand is paying for that. And that had continued for some time until in recent times, few years ago, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, they now improved on that. And we now have what is called viewable impression, which means impressions, what you're paying for is what people have actually seen. Now that is with time. Okay, so things like that are, there are challenges like that in the industry, but just like every single industry, it is evolving. It gets better with time. There was a time it was just impression, now viewable impression. A lot of that still, there are lots of situations like that in, the different aspects of the digital advertising industry. Now, the way out is we need more voices, just like the Chief Brand Officer. We need more feedback from industry stakeholders demanding transparency. And it's very important. And but you cannot demand transparency when you don't understand how it works. Yeah. So that takes us back to a situation where the custodian of the brand, the stakeholders on the advertising side, they need to understand how digital, how it works, how it evolves, and how to utilize this technology. So without that understanding, without that expertise, without that strong grasp of technology, you will not be able to interrogate, you will not be able to audit, you will not be able to ask those difficult questions that you will definitely get the answer for. So yes, those is an industry that is evolving. Yes, with time, we will get to a situation where with more people demanding making more demands, the industry evolves and becomes a lot better. So training is critical. In recent times, yes, we've had a number of our clients, especially the very knowledgeable ones, which is very good. They do ask us, we want to see this, we want more transparency, and that is so important for us. And the best way we go about this is to work together with the client, ensure that they have access to all the information. It's not just about analytics. You can have analytics, but it's not just about analytics. You need to understand what you're analyzing. You need to understand what the dashboard is. You need to also be able to take those metrics and translate them into tangible, physical metrics that you do care about. So that can only happen when the stakeholders have a good understanding of how this thing works. So it's so important that we encourage training, we encourage seminars and and brands like this, and experiences like this to improve knowledge and understanding of the market.
Thank you so much, Abbas. Unfortunately, we have just 4 minutes, so I'll be able to take just 2 questions from the audience. So one of the attendees asked about the survival for media agencies, so I'll be throwing that to Soji. So what will you advise as the survival strategy for media agencies with the lack of activities by many advertisers? Soji,
thank you.
I take that again.
Yeah.
What will you advise as the survival strategy for media agencies with the lack of activities by many advertisers?
All right, I think that, I think it was Dr. Onobogu that talked about this earlier, that if you are able to survive, I mean, that's a measure of success at this times. Just staying afloat, just staying alive at this period of time, in this COVID period, is success. So I think that agencies just need to look at what's essential. Essentially, what are the survival strategies? What do you need to survive? All right, you need to cut out some frills. And I know that this is a very sensitive topic. A lot of agencies have had had to cut bodies, have had to cut salaries. But as long as we look at the bigger picture and we see that there's light at the end of a tunnel, we just need to do what it is we need to do to survive. And I'm sure that, the practitioners in the industry, everybody can see what is happening, everybody knows what's happening. And as long as there's a future to look forward to, I think we need to take things as they come.
Thank you so much. So this is to Mr. Lampe. How is business coping during this period, especially advertising?
I think essentially is like any other business. I mean, the 2 key things you want to watch out for business is look at your revenues and your bottom line. See how can you ensure that the bleeding from the top line and the bottom line is managed. So in terms of coping, if I'm more specific, what we've done is we acknowledge the fact that the economy is challenged, the economic activities are challenged, and also put ourselves in the shoes of our clients and prospects. So one of the things is that we've kept engaging, communicating with our current clients, offering them added value because we also know that they have challenge. We've also accepted lower figures in terms of budgets, but our focus right now is sustainability. Okay, one of the key things I heard earlier in my career by Dr. Christopher Collady, that the primary purpose of business is to stay in business. So our key focus is staying in business, managing the bleeding from a top line perspective while we're still driving, engaging with prospects to get more business. So that's ongoing. And 2 is managing our overhead costs. Since the pandemic started, we've been operating from home for 4 months. So we're managing our overhead costs, and it hasn't affected our deliverables, by the way. And we've prioritized our employees. We've prioritized staff because obviously what's happening across health and safety concerns is also going to affect them. So what we've ensured is that we've prioritized engagement, employee engagement, ensuring that everybody is in a good state of mind and body, and therefore they're able to deliver even better. And look, I must say for us, it's gratifying to say that in fact, in the past few months, in very many ways, performance has actually increased in terms of employee performance. So I think it's really about engaging with the clients and the prospects in a positive manner, and also engaging with employees in a positive manner, and ensuring that you're managing the bleeding from a revenue and a bottom line perspective, managing your costs, and just being positive in this period. I think what we really must focus on is being positive, keep driving, and make sure you're staying in business, because by God's grace, we'll go through all this. And it's those who are still alive from a business perspective that will be able to take the benefits, and just being innovative as we go on.
Thank you so much. I wanted Maureen to talk a bit around the outlook for the next 6 to about 18 months, but we don't have time. But if you can wrap up in like a minute, if you can wrap up Akintunde in like a minute, it will help.
Yeah, I can.
Let's talk a bit around what will change and what will not change as a result of the current cycle. So what is your outlook for the next 6 to 12 or 18 months?
Okay. Outlook for next 6 to 18 months is typically straightforward. We're all going to be in... The outlook is positive, but we're going to have to be sure of what we're spending on. And that is from a client point of view. What do I spend? What do I get? So it's going to get, advertising is going to get a bit more arithmetic. It's going to be drilled down now. It's going to be, okay, give and take. If I spend this, what, as an agency, as a media expert, digital, traditional, what will be the impact on my business? So think it's going to get a bit more critical. I think it's going to get very interesting. I think on the agency side of things, I think we're going to have to be a lot more innovative, a lot more brilliant in terms of the kind of ideas and innovations. I think this particular period now has given birth to a lot of ideas that normally we will say, oh, it won't work. Let's just stick to what is safe. I think this is the time now that all the crazy ideas that were kind of shut down or put in the cooler or say, oh, let's try. I think everybody's a bit excited now to see what will be prevalent, what new advertising platform, how can we converge platforms, how can we converge ideas? Okay, TV, like Mr. Inka said, using TV and digital to marry each other, getting a feedback mechanism from a TV platform and to really get the audience perspective. Okay, they're watching it in Kenya. This is the feedback from it. So it's working and the clients can see that. So it will be a lot more tighter from both ends and a lot more innovative for the agencies to really stay afloat. And I think that is what would really get the industry going again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Omoyele, Mr. Adebayo, Mr. Morio, Mr. Soji, and Mr. Abbas. Unfortunately, we had more questions to cover, but we couldn't because time won't permit us to. Thank you also, Business Day, for this opportunity. I'm honored and I'm very, very excited and happy to moderate this fine, gentle, and astute marketing communication experts. Thank you so much. Over to you now, Leila.
Are you able to deliver relevant, analyze experiences to customers across all touchpoints? Or have you resigned to making decisions with fragmented view of your customers so that you really cannot optimize the customer data you have? For example, do you have a 360-degree view of your customer online, offline, across touchpoints? The reality is that marketing teams are constantly faced with different challenges that make targeted marketing and delivery for personalized experiences almost impossible. Marketers are faced with fragmented data, data control and accessibility gaps, data structure issues, real-time data actionability, marketing system integration, and so on. The Terragon Customer Data Platform, CDP, is designed to help you manage and deliver wholesome experiences across any channel so that you can connect with customers in the moments that matter. The Terragon CDP is able to collect all available first-party customer data gathered across marketing systems and houses them in a single place. The resulting customer profiles can be enriched with additive data to provide a unified view of all customers. The consolidated intelligence in real time can then be utilized to deliver on marketing objectives and assure up to 5 times business outcomes. Our customer CDP solutions are already supporting some of Africa's leading brands, helping them leverage their customer data in new, exciting ways across the increasingly complex online-offline marketing landscape. Some of the problems we're currently helping our customers solve include customer acquisition for financial institutions, creating accurate and targeted audiences, airtime top-up, credit evaluation for lenders, personalizing content and marketing campaigns, and inside communities for FMCG players. To learn more, go to www.terragongroup.com/CDP. Terragon CDP. Unlocking the power in your data.
Marian Ogaziechi, who's the Associate Director, Trading and Investment Management at Dentsu Aegis Network. Thank you so much to all our panelists as well. I'll just like to round up before we get to the next panel session. So essentially, crisis presents a good platform for innovation. We must be innovative to deliver value within the client's budget limitations. And essentially, content is key and is king and should appeal to the sentiments of your audience. So thank you very much to our moderator and our able speakers for that wonderful first panel. Next, we're moving on to the second panel of the day, entitled Sponsorships. In what ways are sponsorships expectations and criteria changing? So the moderator for this panel is Mr. Seyi Iwayemi, who is a Senior Group Head and Project Director at Maximedia Global Communications Limited. So welcome, Mr. Seyi. Thank you so much for being with us today. The panelists for this panel are Mrs. Tolu Tomori Adedeji, who is the Marketing Director at Abin West Africa, Mrs. Folake Ani Mumeni, who is the Global Marketing Head and Corporate Communications at First Bank Nigeria, Mrs. Alero Balogu, who is a Head Corporate Communications and CSR at Owando PLC, and Mr. Rahul Dey, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at MTN Nigeria PLC. So Mr. Seyi, over to you for the next panel session on sponsorships. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, and we are welcome to this session. Once again, my name is Seyi Iwayemi. We'll be talking about sponsorship, changing expectations and evolving criteria. And we have eminent panelists in the house to discuss this issue. The objective of this session is to understand how marketing departments at companies have revised or are revising their budgets, messages, and channels since the pandemic in Nigeria and even over the world, because we have multinationals in Nigeria. So whatever is affecting them in Nigeria is also affecting their operations globally. Also, we want to learn their thoughts around customer behavior during this phase. Of course, customer behavior has really changed and is still evolving. And also, we want to gain insights into the state of sponsorship since April 2020. We've been on lockdown or partial lockdown in almost 4 months across the globe, and particularly in Nigeria. Then we want to scrape intelligence on alternative engagement channels that are available for both enterprise, that's B2B, and retail B2C businesses. Since the embargo on live events and the rate of success with this, we want to examine and see how it has been in the last few months. Also, we will debrief them on the outlook for the next 6 to 18 months. We want to look at how things will be, because the truth of the matter is that no one really knows when the pandemic will ease off. The spike has really been on the high side in Nigeria, and is even worrisome. But as it is, we just have to continue doing business. We have to look for a way out of this. And like we have said, we welcome Mrs. Alero Balogun, the Head Corporate Communications and CSR at Owando PLC, Mrs. Folake Ani Mumuni, the Global Head Marketing and Corporate Communications, First Bank Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Tolu Adedeji, the Marketing Director, AB InBev, West Africa, and Mr. Rahul Dey, the Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer at MTN Nigeria Communications PLC. So we have some questions here that we would like to ask, and I will want to direct this to all the panelists, but starting with Mrs. Folake Animomini. And it's got to do with the cancellation of the 2020 Olympics. I remember that the last Olympics, First Bank sponsored some of our athletes. They were branded, and you also sponsored the telecast. And it's been projected that 37.5 billion euros will have been spent on sponsorship alone in 2020. But in the aftermath of the COVID-19, there is no way that this will happen. So the question is the hibernation that is happening right now. What are the strategies being adopted in freezing activities in order to protect budgets and wait out the storms? Because critics argue that such strategies offer a false sense of security and threaten to undermine brands. Part of a new playbook, they urge marketers to come up with alternative playbooks that allow them to continue leveraging those relationships and sustain growth. So 2 questions comes out of this. How badly is the hibernation on events and by extension hurting your business and the discomfort or major damage? And secondly, is if the social distancing stays in place for much longer, what will you put in your playbook to replace events? Mrs. Folake Ayimomini. Sorry, ma, you are inaudible. We can't hear you.
Is this any better?
Oh, okay, it's better now.
We tested this earlier on.
Yes, it's better.
So I was saying thank you very much for this opportunity. It's great to be here and it's great to see all my friends and peers. Viewpoints.
Hello.
Hello. We operate from the viewpoints that our cop is always.
The voice. Okay.
So can I carry on? Right. In answering, I was saying we take this from the point of view that our cup is always full. And the reason for that is because we recognize that there are challenges.
Yes, you can go on.
Because we recognize that there are challenges around social distancing, we've gone back to the drawing board to look at how to make sure that we're still engaging with all of our customers through the sponsorships that we traditionally do. I'll give you a direct example. For very many years, we sponsored sports. And I'm glad you started with the Olympics. We saw what happened. Well, everybody went to the drawing board and said, you know what, how do we do this differently? When will the sports, especially the contact sports, resume? Should they not resume, what format then do we carry on engaging or sponsoring and delivering the sporting events? It's an opportunity to say, can we, for example, do golf differently? Can we, for example, do football differently? Can we, for example, do polo differently? These are areas where we typically sponsor. And we chose not to withdraw our sponsorship, but rather to partner with the owners of these sporting events and say, what do we do? How do we move some of these things, perhaps online, not in its physical sense? And you can see what's happening with football, through the Premier League, for example. A lot of those sports are back on song, and therefore sponsorship is not something, if you're in it for the long haul, and which is what I believe sponsorship should be about, it's not something you take a knee-jerk reaction to and conclude your sponsorship immediately. What we have decided to do, like I said, is make sure that because we're in it for the long haul, what do the customers want? What is it, the excitement and the thrill of the play? But whilst watching and observing the thrill of the play, how do we continue to engage with them? Well, there are ways we can do that during the short term where we're revisiting the playbook. As with all marketing activities and all marketing initiatives, reviewing and revisiting your playbook is what you have to do and decide that the objectives are still germane. So far as the objectives are still germane, how do we do it perhaps more efficiently? Looking for efficiency in reaching out and in contacting your customers to make sure that they're still engaging so that the objectives of your sponsorship are still met. That's what we've done within First Bank, and we found it to be very useful. We're continuing to sponsor a lot of the events that we currently and have traditionally done. We've actually taken on board some new ones. We find that the opportunity, for example, webinars like this gives us a larger, wider reach than we probably had before. So we're more innovative around how we engage through the various sponsorships. The touch points might be slightly different. We're not necessarily on the field of play, but there's so many other digital fields that we can be on. There are different ways, therefore, in which different people can engage. Those who could not perhaps attend the sporting activities or sporting events have new opportunities, and that opens up a larger market to organizations and to sponsors who are willing to rethink how they engage with their customers. It's a great time in terms of looking at your business model and deciding what is most efficient so you can eliminate wastage. The need, for example, to go to a venue might no longer be there. You might not have the cost of hiring a venue, but you can perhaps redirect that spend into something else that makes sure that you're reaching a wider audience. And you are able to serve people and what they want. You're able to serve better, tailored experiences through sponsorship at this time. I think those are the areas which we have focused our efforts as First Bank.
Okay, thank you, Ma. We have this question for, the next question is about the analogy that in the post-COVID-19 world, marketing budgets have put on their Maslow's theory, hat. Anything that is not vital with a clear line of sight to sales conversion has gone out of the window. Some say that this has put events in a double jeopardy. They are already faced embargoes due to social distancing, and everyone is migrating online. And then potential sponsors now see them as luxuries. I would like to direct this question to Mrs. Alero Balogun. Typically, what percentage of your marketing budget did you spend on sponsorships, in 2018, and by what percentage did that change in 2019, whether positive or negative, and how much it has also changed in year 2020. Mrs. Alero Balogun.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me on. I think in terms of, I can't give you a percentage, but what I will say is that we've been consistent in our sponsorship spend. I think it's important to point out that the Uwando petrol stations that you see, we divested from that business in 2016. So we're predominantly a business-to-business company. We sell a commodity, which is crude oil. So a lot of our focus is around creating an aspirational brand. We have a vision to create the most desirable company to work and invest in. So our focus is around creating experiences and also using thought leadership to just speak to why we're a company that you either want to invest in or you want to work in. So even with COVID-19 and after COVID-19, I don't know that we should say after COVID-19, I think this is our new reality. I think our spend on sponsorship will remain the same. What we've realized with a lot of the events that we sponsored is that they've quickly moved to the digital space. A lot of the contracts we had with them were long-term contracts. And as a result of that, what they've tried to do is rather than say, we're going to charge you for any events that we're having this year, they're really testing the waters. They've never put up digital events. So what they've said to us is, take part in these digital events. We're not going to charge you because we're still trying to see whether it's going to work. And then based on that, we can discuss agreements next year. But for us, the digital space has worked. We think the webinars have worked really, really well. So not only are we still happy to sponsor the events that we've always sponsored in a digital format, but as a company, we've also started doing our own events. As an oil and gas company, that's not something that we should do. What a lot of companies in Nigeria across the world have done is they've done a lot of webinars. If you're in the oil and gas sector, you do webinars that speak specifically to oil and gas. What we realized was that everybody wants information. We're all new to this. Nobody knows necessarily how to navigate, and we're all teaching ourselves how to navigate. So what we've done is we've created 2 of our own events. So we have an Owanda webinar series, which is targeted at C-suite executives. And then we have the Millennial Conversations, which is targeted at under 35s. And both of them are digital type or digital events. We're not necessarily looking for people to sponsor that, but it is in line with the kind of brand that we're trying to build, which is one that is focused on thought leadership, focused on innovation, focused on doing things differently. So in terms of, to address your question or to answer your question, I don't believe our sponsorship spend will change. If anything, it may increase because there'll be more opportunities outside of oil and gas for us to sponsor. We predominantly sponsor oil and gas events. To a lesser degree, we may do things that are targeted on Nigerian businesses, young entrepreneurs, culture, music. But with this move to digital, more innovation, we're probably likely to spend a bit more just so we can tag onto these events.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And as we move on in this discourse, we just want to tell our participants that you can drop your questions at www.slido.com and with hashtag BDMOM in capital letter, and the questions will be treated in the course of this discourse. And this takes us to another question, and we will direct this at Mr. Rahudi. If you don't mind staying with the Maslow theory analogy on your scale, what comes directly above sponsorship and what comes immediately below it? That's for MTN. Mr. Rahudi.
Sorry, I had to unmute it. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's a pretty interesting time, let's put it this way. So, you know, we had heard about VUCA for so many years.
Let's do something more interesting. Let's sing.
Yeah, sorry, I was hearing some voices. So I'm saying we were hearing about VUCA, which is volatility, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous. That was what we are all under. You know, it has been a acronym for long. Now, in the last 2-3 months, we have added a D in front, you know, which is D is for disruptive. So, you know, you have now a disruptive VUCA. So it's a new phenomena, you know. In my whole lifetime, I have never seen such kind of, I would say, economic shattering incident which has happened ever. So obviously, you know, it kind of has a lot of effect on the businesses, and our business is no different. So we are in the, you know, business of selling happiness and the business of selling airtime. So that's what we do. And then, you know, you can use it for data, you can use it for voice, whatever you would like to use it. You can even use it for digital. So when you're talking about sponsorship, sponsorship is a very basic part of our business, you know, because what we do is that we clearly see that in the country, there is a huge demand, there's a huge, I would say, appetite for you know, entertainment. So it could be sports, it could be music, it could be content, Nollywood, Hollywood, you know, so anybody and everybody would love to use this, you know, and participate in these kind of content or entertainment to you know, spend their life, spend their time. Now, in this year, in 2020, what we have seen is that, you know, you are alluding to the fact of Maslow's hierarchy or Maslow's theory of 80-20, or, you know, social security and safety needs, and then we go up to the self-actualization. Now, what we have clearly seen is that in the last 2-3 months, it's very clear that everybody is more into how can I earn my next 100 nairas, how can I survive for the day, and once I am through with it, then we look at anything and over and beyond in my life. And a large part of our revenue also comes from, or the events or sponsorship we do is also for the base of the pyramid, which is for the masses. And for masses, typically music and football and these kind of sponsorships play an important role. My fellow panelists also alluded to the fact that nobody is cutting the sponsorship because these are long time sponsorships. However, one of the main things we have seen in the last three months is that traffic from the roads, traffic that is offline traffic, has moved online. So you have seen a huge growth in Netflixes and YouTubes, and everybody's doing team meetings and Zoom meetings, and which was not thought about before. We used to do, but not that it was part of our basic necessity. It was about we going to the office, seeing a human self in front of us, enjoying a sponsorship together, enjoying an event together in a closed room, where we are meeting our friends. Now we are all online. So even the consumption pattern of sponsorships are changing. So if you look at maybe a golfing tournament or a football tournament, there is no audience, but players are still playing. So everybody is consuming the same content, but in a very different way, which has not been heard about. Now, in the next couple of months, I'm very hopeful that I'm sure there is a solution which will come, either a vaccine or whatever comes. Let's remain hopeful. However, I do not also want to use the word new normal, because I don't want to believe this is the new normal. And I'm ever hopeful that something positive will come out of this whole situation. But what I can clearly see is economy is coming back. People have started consuming. They have started going along with their normal life. Where I'm now looking at from a sponsorship part of point of view is that in the next couple of months, next couple of weeks, we need to refocus a bit on the online. And my fellow panelists also mentioned the same. Saying is very easy, but it's extremely difficult to have an online platform where you have not only entertainment, but you are also making sure people are engaged. Because when you are doing in a closed environment, the engagement factor is much higher because everybody is in a certain space. But in online, the way people consume is very different. So from our own side, what we see is that things will start becoming a bit more normal. What we are trying to do is that we are looking at not only maintaining whatever we are doing from a sponsorship point of view, but also looking at how do we make it more digital. One of the main, I would say, gap areas which we have seen is the education front, where because of the school closures, because of a lot of college closures, people are at their home and they would still like to view content. They still want to do a lot much more thing. So what can we do in that space? So we are busy sponsoring events like Spelling Bee and other educational events where people can still use this and utilize this time in going online and learn something. And that's why one of our campaigns is called Turn It Up, because we strongly believe that everybody and anybody has a way of turning up their lives. So this is something which we are very proud of and we would like to continue. So things are looking bright. From a sponsorship point of view, we have again not cut anything. We are maintaining. We have actually diverted some of the sponsorship into content-based services, like as I mentioned, education, which is Spelling Bee type services, Spelling Bee type campaigns. We are also looking at our own musical event, which is Yellow Star, which we had launched some time back, but we had to pull it out because of the COVID-19 impact, which would like to bring back, but in a new avatar where it will go more online than offline. So these are a couple of things which we are looking at, and we strongly believe that there is a huge potential and things will be back to normal in the next couple of months. So we'll speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Raude. The next question is meant for Mrs. Tolu Adedeji, Marketing Director of AB InBev. And we're looking at the your commitment to financial commitment to online events since the lockdown in April. Your kind of business is in beverage, and bars, restaurants, and all those places, they are not open. Events, especially during the weekends, are not really ongoing. So what's the event on your calendar, or what have you sponsored in the previous year? And what's your financial commitment, considering all these indices that is on ground, to be able to at least be in the media space and ensure a share of the market? Mrs. Adedeji.
Thanks a lot for the question, and good afternoon to everybody, the panelists and everyone listening online and in the world. It is indeed the global world these days. So it's a very exciting topic. I particularly think our industry has been grossly hit by this, because as you know, when it comes to beer, it's all about socializing most of the times. It's about bringing people together for a better world, whether it's at a wedding, a party, a funeral, a birthday, a concert. All those things cannot happen for good reasons, right? It's a contactless world right now for all our personal safety. And for us particularly, I don't know if you've heard, but if you Google Trophy Extra Special Stout, you will see some new information. It's a new brand we just launched. When you work so hard in the last couple of months to get something out into the market, and a week after you do that, COVID happens. So obviously we had to change strategy, being a new brand, and in fact on all our brands. And I think, we've done reasonably well for the circumstances. If I look at Trophy Stout, for example, being a new brand, you would expect the typical, whistles, bells, and everything out there, carnival dances, but we can't do that. We've been very agile and nimble to tweak our strategy while retaining the essence of the brand. The first thing we did was an online concert, an e-concert, right? I think 2-3 weeks into COVID, because we really felt that for us, just because we are in a pandemic, we more than ever, we need to be there for our consumers. We need to be there to bring our purpose to life. We can't just leave our consumers hanging. Someone needed to provide that entertainment, that hope, and that aspiration. And we filled that gap nicely with Trophy Stout by having the first e-concert, I believe, in Nigeria, with Tubaba, the brand ambassador on the brand. And the whole idea of the concert was to provide hope, optimism to consumers, and encouragement, obviously, some giveaways online. And we also donated to NCDC some little token to support the cause. So yes, of course, someone has to be nimble. Some strategies have had to change. The intent haven't. Brands have to be more nimble and more agile and more lean. We have to face the reality. The elephant in the room is that there must have been budget cuts. I expect that, especially for brands that, the businesses have been impacted, and the more reason for brands to be quite efficient these days. So yes, we've had to change a few strategies. It didn't stop our objective. It didn't stop us from launching. It didn't stop us from communicating to our consumers all along, but we did have to change a few touch points here and there.
Okay, thank you. And with the platforms like Zoom, this question is directed to Mrs. Alero. But with the platforms like Zoom, audience engagement is supposed to be a lot easier to monitor by checking how many people signed up, viewed the event, watched for how long, etc. Is it really that straightforward? We would like to know, get your view on this. Is it really that straightforward? What are the metrics that you are using to measure or gauge the success of online events versus physical gatherings, predecessors? Is that straightforward?
Yes, I think it is. If you think about a lot of companies that, and I think this applies to sporting events, entertainment events, a lot of them that come to you and ask you to sponsor, a key part of that sponsorship is the amount of eyes that are either going to watch or the amount of people that are going to attend. So for a lot of the events that we are still sponsors of, they haven't necessarily promised us how many people would be able to come online, because it's new for them. But one of their own measurement tools, and it's a measurement tool for us, is how many people are coming online, how many people are coming to view, how many people are viewing after the event is over, how long are people spending watching these webinars. So if you think about, we sponsor Africa All Week, which is in South Africa, and it's a 5-day event where you have exhibitions and you have people speaking. Yes, you know how many people have registered and how many people have attended the event, but you don't know how many people are sitting in for events. Sorry, how many people are sitting in for the different seminars. You don't know how many people are going to different booths. So you can't really measure that effectiveness. What you're measuring is how many people have attended an event. Now what you have is, I can tell you how many people have tuned into your webinar. I can tell you where they've tuned in from. I can tell you how long they've spent on your webinar. I can tell you if they've asked questions. I can tell you if they've given comments. So there is a lot of data that you can work with. And that then sort of guides what you want to do next.
Okay, thank you. And there are various events owned by companies, even by the panelists, that takes place on an annual basis. Though Mrs. Folaka will soon come back on the Zoom. She's trying to sort out some things, but putting them, we know that MTN organizes a partner summit and 21 days of yellow care. AB InBev brought a number of international sporting stars to Nigeria for the memorable encounter with fans. So, having seen how 2020 is, and it doesn't seem nothing much is going to really happen for the rest of this year. Everything is being pushed to 2021. The question we're asking here is that how do you now hope to hold these events? What are the plans? So maybe we'll start with Mr. Rahude for your events that you usually organize and the big ones. What are the plans in place? Mr. Rahude.
Yeah, sorry, I was unmuting myself. So, a very interesting question you asked. Actually, this was something which we were all challenging ourselves with. In the month of March, when the lockdown was announced, we were trying to challenge ourselves, what is the next move? Now, 21 days of yellow care, just to give a bit of a background, is something which every year across all our 21 opcos, we do it, where we take a occasion or an event or a particular, I would say something for the society, and we all across the opcos take it forward. So it could be even, doing something for schools. It could be doing something for any for the community, etc., etc. This year, what we had planned, we have already started implementing, is that education is a big thing for us, particularly for between the haves and the have-nots. So what we have already started doing is, because we can't do physical events, we can't go and start visiting geographical areas. We have started doing some online activities, and we know that some of these activities require data, because you can't go online without data. So if you see in the last 1 month, what we have done is, some of the educational websites we have already zero rated. What it means is that certain educational websites which are identified by the government, we are giving almost 500 MBs per person. So you just need to hold the MTN SIM, and you can go online to these websites, and you can complete your studies, you can do your homework, you can do school studies, etc., etc. Now, this has nothing to do with anybody spending a certain amount, or there is any terms and condition attached. It is just that you can go to those sponsored websites, and you can do your stuff, whatever homework or whatever school study you want to do. This is just a small token or a small way of how the same 21 days of yellow care we have taken offline to online, but keeping the DNA of these events still the same, which is giving back to society. We still would like to give back to society, but in a contactless way. One of our fellow panelists mentioned that. I like the word contactless. So this is the way of going forward and ensuring that we still keep on doing. Obviously, if we say on a scale of 10, if the physical events were on a scale of 10, online event could be at a scale of 6 or 7. It may not right now be at a scale of 10. However, it is still not at a scale of 0. So between 0 and 10, we had to choose something, and we said, okay, let's go with 6, 7, scale of 6, 7, and we can fine tune it as we go along. So some of these things, we as an organization take it very seriously, and we want always to have a business continuity, and we will keep on continuing on that. There are more such events and more such activities which we keep on doing within the society. And I mentioned some time back that spelling bee is one big thing, because again it talks to the education, but now we talk about children, teens, because tomorrow they will become adults, and we want them to be responsible citizens. So these are stuff which we are doing out there, and we are continuing with all of these activities.
Okay, and Mrs. Tolu Adedeji, in your for your company, you have other events that sporting events. So how are you going to key into this, considering what is happening, globally at present for this year, or you are shifting all these events till another time when the pandemic will have subsided?
Okay. Well, frankly, we have two biggest sporting properties that we sponsor. The first one is the global one, which we all know. Budweiser is the official sponsor for EPL La Liga games when it comes to beer. Obviously, for that, our calendar would go with the global calendar. So football seasons have been off for a while. They're just coming back on a skeletal basis. But information is that they should come back full season with the new season. So as soon as they come back full season globally, then we should also be back. Executions might be tweaked locally, depending on what's possible and what's not possible. The other one is a local football, Pan-African football property called five-a-side football with trophy, which we started last year. It's actually a Pan-African football property across all our markets, ABI markets in Africa. And just before COVID, actually, we hosted all the African countries that participated in Nigeria, just around, I believe, early March or late February, where multiple African countries came into Nigeria to kick off the ceremony. Nigeria was chosen because last year, the Nigerian team, the trophy team from Nigeria, won the Pan-Africa competition. For that particular Pan-Africa competition, that has been postponed because, again, football is quite a very contactful sport. So in line with the spirits of social distancing and all, it will be very difficult to have several African countries traveling across to play the games. So that is a bit really difficult to hold at the moment. Airports are still closed, international airports in most African countries and things like that. But what we've done, I always say, is the means to an end, right? At the end of the day, that platform was a means to an end. The ultimate end is to ensure that we keep rewarding our consumers, enabling their talents to come forth. And what we've seen, at least in the recent weeks on Trophy, specifically on Lager, is that we have a lot of creatives online that are not able to do anything right now because the industry is down. But typically creatives like artists, like musicians, like MCs, like comedians, these guys have not had a means of livelihood actively for the last 4 months. And that's a need right there. And what we've done with the Trophy brand is to have an online competition, albeit very simple, called Honorables Can Do It. You can search the hashtag. And it was very organic, right? We didn't have to do a lot of money or build up a big stage. All we just asked is, you're creative out there, you've not had a gig in the last 3 to 4 months. We see you, we recognize you, Honorables, put in an entry with any pack of Trophy. Can be a sketch, it can be a drawing, it can be whatever, a video skit. And I think in weeks we had hundreds of entries, and we were planning to just pick 3 winners, and now we've not even announced the winners because there were just too many good entries to select. Another thing we've done with Trophy Stouts this time around is that we've announced for live bands. Live bands also are quite impacted by this pandemic. They can't perform at gigs, there are no parties and all. And we said, if you're a live band out there, you've not done a gig for a while, put in an entry, sing any of the Tubaba songs and copy us, hashtag us. And we had over 200 live bands participate online, over 200. Even if I were to do a physical event to audition live bands, right, it would be very difficult for me to audition 200 live bands in a day, and that made possible by online. And we had an online concert just about 2 weekends ago, shortlisted top 6. Now we have the top 3 winners. And our promise to them is that when the pandemic is over and events do come back, the winner would occasionally get gigs from Trophy Stout. So if you look at it as what's the end, what's the end objective, is really to ensure that our consumers are rewarded, are motivated, keep getting encouraged by the brand, and we provide entertainment for our consumers even in these tough times. And we are managing to do that, in our little ways. It can only get better because, again, nobody planned for all this 12 weeks ago. 12 weeks ago, none of this was part of our plans, none. Okay. And we just need to keep being agile and keep adapting to the times, and I guess it will get better with time. One of the key barriers we've seen, obviously, is the cost of data. So it's good to see Mr. Rahul, on this call. Many consumers would even do a lot more online if data wasn't so expensive. I give another example with one of our influencers on Trophy Fowls. He just partnered with the brand to do a Thursday online live quiz, something very basic and random, very small gifts. And in some episodes, we have over 60,000 people that joined the live stream in 2 hours, 3 hours, over 60,000 people. And you would even get a much bigger number if cost of data was a bit more affordable. Nigeria ranks 7th in the world, I think, globally, on mobile phone penetration, one of the top 3 in Africa. So really, while I don't deceive myself that this is the new normal and things will be like this forever, I do believe that even after the pandemic, digital will play a much stronger role for brands in Nigeria. And even if there are barriers to it right now, we need to work to ensure that those barriers are limited or reduced, as the case may be.
Okay. Within the limited time that we have left, Mrs. Folake Animumne, we would like to know what's going to happen to your Agric Expo, FinTech Summit, and SME Week. Is it going to be postponed, or is you are going to organize it, bring it to online?
So I can answer that, and thank you very much. I'm back with you now on a different device, albeit. We are certainly bringing all of those back. I mean, we're consistent, if nothing else. So we're not canceling anything. In fact, we have a date already for the SME seminar. It's coming up on the 23rd of July. FinTech Week is coming up on the 6th of August. We are cooking something really big, which we'll be announcing by next week, a major sponsorship. It's a really big one for Nigeria. We're taking a lot of these things online. And the part of the reason why we're doing that is we believe that there are better opportunities. We're going to make sure that COVID gives us a chance to do these things very differently. And for that reason, we believe we will be able to touch more people. Let me tell you what we see that's happening with seminars and webinars and so on. The pool that you can select from in terms of the speakers is much larger. So where you have some speakers who perhaps would have felt that they were not able to attend, honestly, it's now a global pool that you can pick from. So that's one of the great things about the seminars and the webinars now. So expect an exciting time from us for the Greek webinar that's also going to be coming up. It also means that a lot of our customers will perhaps be able to exhibit their goods beyond the physical logistics of holding it where we typically used to hold it. If we hold it online now, we can start earlier, we can have many more days. You'll see true innovation come out in the way we do the events that we're doing. We do the fashion and the food fair, and again, we're doing all of those in a very different way. So it's exciting for that reason. I must touch on a big one for us though, and it's something that, something that Tulu said, none of us expected this. But I think what I found has been the resilience of companies this side of the pond here in Nigeria. I must say I commend all the organizations in Nigeria who have been so forward thinking. We, for example, had always known that we believed that we had to digitally transform Nigeria, digitally transform consumers and the behaviors. So take education, for example, wherein this time, as soon as the pandemic hit, we were ahead of the curve. We knew that, yes, we would intervene in the health sector, but we also felt it was important to support education so that our children are not left behind, so that the disruption to learning will be minimized. And it was digital that gave us the opportunity to do that. We are taking 1 million children onto e-learning, and we're partnering with very notable names: Roducate, Lagos State, IBM, Curious Learning. We're part of the UNESCO coalition. And indeed, it's interesting, but a lot of the telcos are also supporting with airtime to make sure that the disruption to learning is minimized. So to my mind, I think what I will say is one of the things we must take out of this, because never waste a good crisis. One of the things we must take out of this is how do we ensure that we continuously invent and reinvent our businesses, thinking ahead to make sure that if we're ever hit with what I consider to be the current normal, I don't call it the new normal, I don't call it, this is now our current reality. As we recalibrate, it's about saying, do your scenario planning and think ahead. We're ready, for example, with at least 2 or 3 of our sponsorships where we had already been thinking about how we make it a hybrid experience. So contactless versus digital. And dare I say, it's not only in the digital display or the digital visuals or the digital, it has to be the entire ecosystem of the digital experience. And we're able to weave a lot of our products, a lot of our touch points into this digital experience. I tell you one thing, perhaps because First Bank is to be found in all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria, we're very well placed to really touch people's lives and to bring these things to them, which is what you want to do with sponsorship. Sponsorship is really about saying, how do I engage with you in a way that's real and in a way that's relevant to you? So we have a number of properties, and our properties are segmented based on the audience, based on geography, based on areas of interest. And we find that despite COVID and despite social distancing, we're still able to touch and to reach our customers in very many ways. Because our products are so relevant, there's very little you can do without the commerce, whether it's ticketing, you would pay for it. We find that our products are extremely useful. And because we've digitized a lot of our products, because you can do payments via USSD using your first mobile, a lot of the property owners have actually turned to us during these times to say, how do we leverage your platforms? Because honestly, everything really is around platforms. We have the platforms that have shown how we can distribute across the country as a whole. And as a result of that, we can distribute experiences across the country as a whole as well. It's very interesting times. And I say to those who are ready to innovate, this is a time where you surge ahead, ahead of either competition, but this is a time when you're most relevant to your customers. It's not so much about just you. It's about saying, we're in this together. And how do we make sure that that spirit, that human spirit that defies pandemics such as this comes to the fore? So we try to enable that. And we find that, like I said, it's exciting times for us.
Okay, thank you. We'll just take maybe one more question because we are pressed for time. And this question goes to Mrs. Alero Balogun. They are known, Ovando is known for sponsoring oil and gas conferences and exhibition, the annual international conference and exhibition, and the Africa E&P Summit and exhibition, in recent years. With the current pandemic, what other areas are you looking at? Because it's practically possible to bring people together, physically. So what other areas are you looking at? What are you looking at in filling these gaps?
So despite being unable to bring people physically, a lot of these companies are still holding their events. They're holding them online. So what you have are digital events, you have webinar events. The challenge for a lot of them is, how do we ensure this is innovative? You have more people online, but then you have more brands that are doing online. There's a lot more that is competing for people's interest and people's attention. So a lot of them are testing the waters. We're still involved in all of them. We're involved in not just speaking, but how do we create programs where we don't just go in as a speaker, but we're involved in formulating that narrative. I think similar to what Folake has said, the one thing that as a business we have seen, not just in Nigeria, but across the world, is this realization that businesses are not just here to make money. Businesses are not just here to return value to shareholders. We have a role to play in creating a better world. We have a role to ensure that there's justice. And so that means for us, outside of pushing our brand, what are the other messages that are really important today to sort of change the way that we live? So one of the things that we're doing is we have a big campaign around the Humans of Rwanda, where we use our employees, and it's all around taking responsibility and just preaching this message of what you need to ensure, what you need to do to ensure that you don't get COVID, you don't pass COVID on to other people. So there's a lot of education and awareness that we're using our own social media platforms to push, and using our employees to push that. There's a lot that we're using our employees to do in terms of just engaging in preaching this goodwill message. So one of the things that we've launched recently is the aggregator platform. It's not the company that has launched it, it's the humans of Rwanda, again, the employees of Rwanda. And what it is that we've brought together a variety of NGOs that are focused on dealing with the food insecurity issues in Nigeria. And what we do is we raise money for them. We've raised that money internally. We also go outside of our own social circle to raise money, and we distribute these funds to the different NGOs so that they can buy food products and they can distribute to those in marginalized communities. So for us, yes, we are still involved in a lot of these exhibitions. We speak at those exhibitions. We're not able to have exhibition booths, but we're still speaking at those exhibitions. We have our own webinar series that we've created that speak to issues that are relevant today. The webinar series are on every 2 months, and every 2 months it's what is important today and what's the conversation that we have to be having today. The last one that we had was around whether we were ready for the lockdown to be lifted. We had the 2 commissioners, health commissioners from Lagos and Ogun State, who were present on that webinar. We're doing another one this month, or another 2 this month, for the Rwanda webinar series and the Millennial series. There's a whole education series that we're doing on our digital platforms. Again, it's yes, we will sponsor events, but outside sponsoring and speaking, what is the good that we can do? So when we come out of this, we are better people, we're better companies, we're a better country.
Thank you. As we wrap up, and we really want to thank the panelists, I would just want to ask one question to all the panelists, and in one sentence. Are you satisfied with what you are getting for the sponsorship packages online? You know, Mrs. Alero Balogun, are you satisfied?
Yes, we are. I do think that the companies that we've worked with for the last 10 years, the one thing they have done is they have come to us and they're very interested in what are our needs. How can we make events work for you today? And they've adapted it to work for us. They are taking learnings and they continue to improve what they offer us. So yes, we are happy.
Mr. Lawude, in one sentence, are you satisfied?
Yes, we are also satisfied, and same like the same. People are looking at innovation, and the good part is that we are a telecom company, so we can do a lot around the online part where we can develop our own apps and all that. So we're also working very close with the sponsorship teams and with other sponsors as to how we can make the campaigns and other stuff more relevant to our audiences, and how can we become more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And I think at this end, we will have to end it here. We really want to thank the panelists, Mrs. Alero Balogun, the Head Corporate Communication and CSR at Owando PLC, Mrs. Folake Animumune, Global Head Marketing and Corporate Communications, First Bank Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Tolu Adedeji, Marketing Director, ABA, and Mr. Rahude, Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer at MTN Nigeria Communications. We really want to thank Business Day for giving us this platform. I'm honored to be part of this, and we just say a very big thank you also to all the sponsors. We take it off from here. Thank you very much for being part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transformation is a new word.
Stay
To me, to you, it's up to us to make the world a better place. A place where we can learn, where we can dance, where we can live together in peace and harmony. It's up to me, to you. It's up to us to make the world a better place. To me.
Stay indoors, wash your hands regularly, stay safe and stay healthy. Indomie noodles, taste your nutrition, good for you.
To our moderator, Mr. Sheyi Iwayemi for moderating that very interesting panel. I think it's safe to say that sponsorships as we know them will be changed forever, and that events and online events are going to definitely be the next big thing, for sponsorship when it comes to marketing. As we see, the First Bank, for example, is moving towards online events as well as Owando. And it's really important for us to remember that we always have to reinvent our businesses and never waste a good crisis. Most services are digitalized now, so moving with the current trends is going to be rather easy, for most sponsorship packages available. So without any further ado, I would like to call upon panel 3, which is called Live Events and Experiential Activations. How will B2B and retail companies sustain personalized brand awareness and engagement? So I'd like to call on to our moderator, Mr. Owolabi Mustafa, who is the Managing Director at Max Connection Ltd. The panelists on this panel are Mr. Ope Filani, who is the Country Director of JC Deco, Mr. Idiare Atimono, who is the COO of Up in the Sky, Mr. Tope Ashiwaju, who is a Public Relations and Events Manager at D United Foods, Otome Oyo, who is the Strategy and Client Services Director at EXP Marketing, and Keinde Salami, who is the Managing Director at Ideas House. So Mr. Mustafa, over to you. I think you're still muted, sir. You might want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lily, for that beautiful introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to moderate this session, and I hope it's going to be very interesting. And I also believe strongly that we're going to have some great takeaways after the session today. So the panelists that we have for this session are Mr. Ope Filani. We also have Mr. Kenny Salami of Ideas House. We have Otome Oyo from EXP Marketing. We have Idari, then we have Mr. Tope Ashiwaju. All of them are very experienced and highly skilled individuals who have done well in all their area of expertise. So they are going to be telling us how life has been before COVID, and of course during COVID, then after. So I'd like to make the session to be in 2 key areas. One, will first start with the generic question, looking at our business and how has the pandemic affected us. Then we also now look at specific questions that, of course, is targeted at different industries for everyone to be part of. So at this point, I would like to mention that if you have questions, you can go to slido.com, then use the code hashtag businessdmom, and we'll take up your question as we go in the session. So once again, good afternoon. So I would like to, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Kenny, Mr. Ware, Mr. Gary, Mr. Otome. So I'd like to start with us looking at the past so that we can journey into the present. And I'd like for each of our panelists to just give us about 1 to 2 minutes of what life was before COVID as regard their businesses, so that at least we have a fair idea of, what December, January, February looked like in our businesses. So I'd like to start with Mr. Ope Filani. Just about 1 to 2 minutes, just give us a fair idea. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to start by thanking Business Day for the opportunity to join the panel. It's been a very interesting conversation since morning, very interesting perspective from all the participants and the panelists. If I would start by talking about business pre-COVID, I'll start from last year. Everybody knows that the beginning of last year was defined by the electionary period, which affected media buying
we only started seeing traction in terms of business around just after the election, which was about June, which we only then had half a year to try and get business going. The year ended well eventually, and we started 2020 with very high optimism. The first quarter of the year was very interesting. Year-on-year demand for our service and generally media was much better than the first quarter of last year. And we were hoping that that would be the progression of things. However, since April, which when the lockdown began, of course, we're all in it. We've all seen what has happened in terms of, specifically for the out-of-home industry, was very impacted because, as the name is, out of home, and almost, well, everybody started at home when there was lockdown, so more or less business went to zero. We also saw a lot of brands that we typically would have advertised, even the ones that had long-term deals signed up, cancelled. So, as it is, I like the perspective of Mr. Animomoni about not calling it the new normal. I agree with the perspective. It's actually the normal for now. I am very optimistic that as things evolve, things will get better.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Okwe, for that quick one. Can we get the perspective of Mr. Idare, about what life was, before this pandemic set in, just between December and March?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again to Business Day, and thank you to all the panelists that have been on this program since morning. It's been very engaging and interesting. I wanted to say that prior to COVID-19, business was on an even keel. You see that we find a situation where generally clients had started trying to reduce their general expenditure across board. Nearly every client that you had, if they had planned to do something over 3 quarters, they were already reducing it, planning to reduce it into 2 quarters, just to see how the economy itself was going. This was also because of the pressures on the dollar, the Naira-dollar exchange rate generally, for businesses and clients who their marketing budgets are benchmarked across the dollar. So that was something that we were already seeing. And then, as we're all just trying to get into the uplift of the year, COVID-19 happened, which was quite funny for us as a business. We are an advertising agency, but we also create content. It was interesting for us because we actually had a film at the last AMVCAs, which is a film awards. And right from there, we immediately went into a situation where we went into lockdown even before Lagos State, the state where we operate, actually called for a lockdown. So we had already quickly transitioned because we had already seen how it was going to go. Now, working from home was initially very interesting. Everybody had data challenges, getting into the groove of showing up on time to the deadlines. But very quickly we adapted. The clients we had also adapted. And it was interesting because we were actually even a bit more busy than we were before the lockdown happened. Now in this period, while we have seen that people are still trying to reduce spend, what we have actually seen is that this situation, especially based on the way our company tried to handle it, from our social media approach, where we try to ensure that we were still top of mind for anybody looking for a creative agency. So we try to use our social media to create that awareness for ourselves and what we could do. What we have seen in the last 2-3 months is that we are receiving more and more invitations to pitch for business in this period. So actually, it's actually been a very, very busy period for us. We are believing that many of these opportunities to pitch are about to translate into business. So it's actually looking up. It's for us to be able to follow through and make the best out of the situation as it is. There's no point complaining about what is happening. is to be realistic. What has happened and how can we respond creatively with solutions for people looking to communicate and engage target audiences.
Thank you so much, Gary, for that nice one. Okay, so I think at this point we need to get the perspective from the buyer, Mr. Tokwe Ashiwaju, at least, so who will give us an incline into how life has been, in his own space. Mr. Tokwe.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me also join others who have thanked Business Day for organizing this webinar. I think for us as a company, what we have looked at before COVID-19, so if I will stick to what the moderator said, maybe from September till about March, you find a situation whereby for us as a buyer, for us as a company, we've looked at value for money in terms of what value are we getting for whatever amounts that we wish to spend. So what we do is that we work with quite a number of agencies, and the truth is that because of COVID-19 right now, most of those things that we traditionally will do are being pushed to the background. So we're looking at more agencies who would, because those are things that require the physical contact or the regular traditional or out of home engagement. So now we're looking at more into the digital space in terms of social media and digitals and online buying. The truth is that I will say that we have not stopped spending. However, a lot of reappropriation are being done in the sense that we know that, we're just taking out funds from where currently we might not have those value into where other areas that we're looking at in terms of other properties that would engage with more people online, since that is where the active consumers are right now. And I think we're doing that, and we'll continue to do that for as many months to come. I know that Nigerians are resilient. I know that things might change maybe years later, but the truth is just that for us now, we're beginning to see a situation whereby we know that, if you look at the space, the digital space, for instance, there are things that we are doing right now that are measurable, right? They're specific. And unlike before that, the traditional means of doing some of these things, for instance, an event, you would only be able to ascertain the number of people who will probably be present and who will make comments thereafter. But now, just like some speakers had said earlier, for people in the digital space, you can actually track a number of things. So which is helping companies like us to decide where the spend should actually go in terms of either reducing from one area and spending more in other areas. For us as a company, we're still spending, we'll continue to spend. It's just that a lot of reappropriation are being done currently. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tokwe. We'll go to Mr. Otome now of EXP to give us a perspective from the experiential agency side, so that at least we know from contact marketing perspective, we know what's going on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thanks to Business Day and all the sponsors for putting this together. I think it's important that we have these conversations now and going forward. In terms of business, I think for us at EXP, and I think the experiential marketing business area as a whole, 2019 was sort of a mix of good and not so great. But I think for all intents and purposes was on an even keel. But I think what then happened was that 2020 was supposed to be the year that we all came out and things started happening very, very quickly. Brands started spending a lot more and things like that. And I think in the first quarter of the year, at least for the brands that started doing things early, we saw a lot of promise. And there were a lot of things. If you look at our order book for the rest of the year, it was pretty robust. And then we started hearing about COVID-19, and what was going to be our response. I think it was a week, we shut down our offices 1 week to the official lockdown. And since then, it's been very, very difficult, especially seeing as our business is largely about people coming together. So, and I'm sure it's the same across most experiential marketing agencies. April, May, and June were not the kinds of months that you dream about. They're the stuff of nightmares, as it were. But I think one of the things that we've tried to do in this time is stay connected to our consumers. I can't remember who it was that said it during this same webinar, that said the 1 naira you give me when I am broke is worth more than the 1 million naira that you give me when I am not broke or when I am rich. So it was important for us to stay connected, and we actually made it a physical KPI for all our people while we were working from home, or dare I say, living at work, as working from home has come to be known. What we've tried to do is to stay connected to our consumers, to our customers, and we went through a robust process of sort of re-engineering our business and looking at our business again and saying to ourselves, what can we do? Spend is moving online, at least for the foreseeable future. What is it that we're going to try and do? How are we going to try and bring this to life? How do we take experiential activations online? How do we continue to potentially activate in store or find new ways of activating in store, new ideas? So really, it was a time for us to sort of stop and think and ideate and come up with new solutions for our customers. I think, as Ms. Ali Mumuni said, this is the normal now. That normal will change, but I think there are things that we will take away from this time. As Elo said in the first session, we've been at this for 12 weeks. It takes 21 days to form a habit. Now, not everybody has formed this habit, but from a business perspective, a lot of businesses have formed new habits and are looking for areas to save. If people don't really need to be in the office, then they don't. If you take your cue from the likes of Twitter that has said their staff can opt to work from home forever. And the truth of the matter is that we are all learning. We're doing this, all of us, most of us from our homes. I'm doing this from my daughter's bedroom, actually. So the truth of the matter is that we've all learned or are learning new ways of doing things, and it is important for us to keep that going. So as a business, we've obviously our offices were shut down. We've made some savings, some conscious savings in terms of what is it that we spend normally when we're all in the office. We've prioritized ideation and contact with our customers. But I think one of the things that we have prioritized the most is our people. This is a time when a lot of businesses took the decision to lay off people and really critically look at what their staff strength is. Do they really need all these people? And one of the things that we have realized is that we need these people now, but also we will need them in the future. And so we have worked very hard to keep all of our staff on staff, and everybody has become client facing. Everybody has become sourcing. Everybody has become operational. Why? We are going for a sort of full court press strategy where everybody is capable of doing everything. We've all developed new skills. We had a very robust training program. So some people were tasked with looking for specific online training for different people. We checked everyone and said, okay, what are the skills that everybody lacks? This is the time. Since we're all at home, we might as well take the time to improve our skills. Where digital marketing was lacking, we learned it. Where operational and project management skills were lacking, we went into learning it. So it has been a time of re-engineering for EXP specifically, but I expect that any business worth its salt will be doing the same thing now. So coming out of the lockdowns and the pandemic, I think I read a study recently where it said that the reason why we are having more and more pandemics, unfortunately, is because populations are growing. Interface between the animal and human kingdom is increasing, and so it is likely that we will see more and more of these new strains of viruses and all of that. So the truth is not that I wish ill on anyone, but I think it is something that we need to consider in terms of the new way of doing things. The normal way of doing things will have to change, and we will have to enter this new normal, at least in certain things. The other thing that, from the first, two things that I got from the first from the first webinar that we had this morning was, number one, nothing changes in terms of understanding your consumer. We just need to understand a new type of consumer behavior. What are consumers doing now? How do they shop? How do they go to the store? How do they interact with brands? What are their consumption occasions? Have those consumption occasions changed? And re-understanding our consumer in the light of this normalcy that we have entered now. But also the fact that whether we like it or not, COVID-19 is the opening salvo for digital transformation. We were lucky in our organization because we had started a robust process of digital transformation coming from last year. So things like approval, getting things approved, getting money released, getting invoices paid, sourcing for vendors and things like that. We had already started to digitalize all of those things. So this was one of those situations where it forced us to actually get into it. So everybody uses Microsoft Teams, everybody uses Sage. All of those things have now become normal. But those things that we think, no, we will go back to physical meetings with clients and things like that, this is the opening salvo. And I would like to end with this cartoon that I saw where they asked a question: who has driven digital transformation in your organization? Is it the CEO? Is it the CFO? Is it the CIO? Or is it COVID-19? And overwhelmingly, COVID-19 was the winner. So the truth is, there is the normal now. What we can take out of it, let's take out of it. And what we can go back to, we potentially could go back to.
All right, Mr. Otome, thanks for that extensive one. So if we all look at it, you all agree with me that a new channel has been created, in the space of marketing, as it were, and that is actually, the digital channel. Initially, before now, of course, it has always been there, but of course, you can't compare to the way we now use that platform to engage. So I'd like us to give, again, 1-2 minutes of our perspective of our survival strategy and possibly, snapshot of our plan for post, say we get a vaccine today for COVID. So what will likely be, our plans for post? So I'd like to start again with Mr. Mr. Kwetlani.
Okay, you want to know? I didn't hear your question.
Just a snapshot, 2-minute snapshot of what you think life will look like, post-COVID, or possibly, alongside survival strategy that you guys have been adopting.
Okay, so for us at JCD Core, we believe that things would begin to normalize. I'll give you an example. In Lagos, we are partnered with the state government to roll out a traffic information system that tracks traffic all across the city. Based on the data that we've collected over the last 3 months since March to date, as of the results that we had for the month of June, the traffic at each of the locations that we have as screens are more or less between 98 and 100%. So traffic is actually back to normal. Yes, a lot of people are still working from home, but the traffic is out there. So people are moving around. Like one of the panelists said, the nature of Africans and the nature of Nigerians, we must move. And as long as people begin to move around, and one of the touch points that they would have is out of home, we believe that brands will begin to identify this. I personally believe that brands have missed an opportunity to actually engage. One of the strategies that they could have taken advantage of during this period is to contextualize their strategy towards giving empathy to brands. Because if the brand, a lot of people withdrew from a lot of the touch points that they had based on the initial panic that, the world was going to come to an end based on COVID. But as we adjust, things will begin to normalize. We've conducted research in some of the markets that we operate globally, and we've seen that the result shows that 52% average dwell time looking at ads on digital, and even on out-of-home platforms, you have a better dwell time. What we are then proposing, or we are hoping that would happen, is that brands will begin to have a look at their media mix. So like we said before, brands will look at media individually. Now we will look at how does digital converge with out of home, how does digital converge with TV, how does digital converge, or how does out of home converge with TV or radio. For us, we have looked where, of course, for everybody is new. We are evolving our strategies to try and accommodate more and more players or more and more brands within our space. I know we've heard consistently about, how do you allow SMEs to play within the out-of-home space? Yes, out-of-home is considered or has this nature of, it's too expensive, but the cost is relative to the value that people bring. I also think that it's a holistic. It has to be looked at holistically from every stakeholder within the value chain, from regulators to the brands themselves, how it's being used, how it has been used before now, and how they will use it going forward. Thank you.
All right. Once again, thank you, Mr. Okwe. So we'll go to Mr. Idari to just give us, his perspective on what survival strategy has been and what the future holds for us.
Okay. Thank you very much. What I see is there are some clients, for instance, who before now, the bulk of their marketing mix was in the offline space, specifically to do with live events and activation and engagements. And because of the protracted period, 12 plus weeks, where nobody has been able to confidently go out and do those kind of activations, they've had to reconsider their marketing mix. And for us, we are an ad agency, we're a creative company. What we tend to see is that some of these businesses are reaching out to us to say, this is the kind of experiences we used to have that we used to create offline. How can you help us translate that in an online space? And those are the kind of conversations that we're having now with, like 1, 2, or 3 prospective clients who are in that particular situation. And so this is the situation that we're in now. How do we help them translate the one-on-one feedback? Because if you think about the way brands love to engage with customers, yes, it's good to track, to say, in the online space, you can definitely know how many people you meet. But also there's a space where brands tend to love the actual one-to-one. They actually miss it. Now, the question is, how can you create that level of engagement that is real, beyond just likes, views, where you see people actually actively doing what and interacting with the brand? That is what our agency has had to adapt to help explain to clients, try to craft new strategies for them. Going forward, it seems like this is going to be an opportunity. Also, you see people in the activation space themselves now also seeming to create in the creative space, in the online digital space. And so what you're seeing is more of synergy. How can we partner? How can an agency who is largely focused on offline engagement partner with an agency that can create in the digital space? So what you are saying is more even collaboration between companies that hitherto were not able to collaborate, but because of this protracted period where everybody has had to go back to the drawing board, it has kind of forced the conversation. Is the new taskmaster, is the new chief operating officer in most boardrooms. And that's what we're facing now. And so that's what we're working on. And like someone said, will we ever return to, pre-COVID days? I'm not so sure. I'm not sure anybody today is looking forward to being stuck in endless traffic, trying to have meetings when you can just set up a quick meeting, you're in and you're out, and then it's done and you can actually go and execute. So that's what we're seeing, how everybody has to go and believe that this is the new normal. This is what we are going to have to do and live with. There's probably no going back to what it was before, and that's what we're prepared to do.
All right, thank you so much, Guy, for that fantastic one. Again, I would like to remind our attendees that they can go to www.slido.com and send their code using hashtag BDMOM, so that we can have their question. And they should try as much as possible to indicate the name of the panelist they want to address any of their question. So the same question will go to Mr. Atokwe Ashiwaju, but I would like him to give us a perspective from, of course, profitability, the volume and the value perspective, because of course you can measure the impact of digital, of course, on businesses, but you can't really align it with volume, but you can align it very well with value. So I like his perspective, how, the post-COVID will likely be looking at volume and value. Mr. Atokwe.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, first and foremost, we'll say that as a company, what we'll do differently here is nothing too diverse from what we have done before. And what we'll continue to do is to continually produce quality products for Nigeria, benchmarking it against international best practices for our products. And well, I mean, permit me to just mention that, I mean, some of our products has now been seen as, if not commodity, but for essential in our society. Take, for instance, Indomie instant noodles, which we produce. And I like to say that for us, before now, it's something that we have never told with quality of our products. So what it means is that even during this COVID-19, what we'll continue to do is just to continue to turn out those quality products and items that comes from our staple. And again, we know that we'll continue to have a robust interaction with our consumers and Nigerians on different platforms. This we have done, I mean, even before now, what we have done is that we had increased some of our spends for the youth marketing. So because we know that, I mean, if you look at the target groups that we have, yes, people will naturally say, oh, the children, but I mean, beyond that, we have segmented this. I will say, yes, children are the first people that we target, but of course, we also have the youth market. And the youth market are the people who actually play a very, very important role in terms of digital consumption. So what we have done before now, what we continue to do is to play a very active role and put in more spend into that segment. And we also say that in terms of showing empathy to Nigerians, because I mean, these are things that will endure loyalty. And when, like they always say, perception is everything. I mean, this time around, we see people who look at your brand and say, hey, despite everything, because a number of people that you spoke with actually will look at our product and say, oh, these guys are making a kill during this period. Yes, but I know, yes, they're looking at the volume. Yes, the volume is there, but it's also coming at a cost. Like I always tell people, we started this year. I mean, everybody knew what the exchange rate was then and what it is right now. So that's not to say that, I mean, the volume is not increasing, but I tell people, the more empathy you show, the more people begin to look at it and say, okay, while I had nothing, these guys provided me with something. So anytime they think of an industry like that, anytime they think of a product, the first thing that comes to their mind is probably what you're offering them. And this time around, we're looking at a situation whereby, yes, different platforms now, we know that it's more difficult for us to be looking at the out-of-home engagements. It's not as if it's not doable, but it's, I mean, almost difficult. So we're looking at a situation by more of those things, more of those engagements will probably be on radio, on television, on social and digital media space. And as a company, we have not, I mean, like I was listening to a couple of people who spoke on sponsorship earlier in the day. I said to myself, is one of those tenets of our company, and we said that nothing really will change. It's just that we'll change ways of doing those things. And so most of them we have moved to the digital space, and we'll continue to do so, most especially for education and of course some projects that we are known for, and we will continue to do that.
All right, Mr. Tokwe, thanks so very much. Mr. Otome, I'd like to have your insight, just 1-2 minutes, so we can wrap up and move to the next stage of the session.
Okay. In terms of what the future holds, I think a couple of things. There will be new habits that have been formed. As Ijari said, sitting in traffic for endless hours to go and attend a meeting is not going to happen, or not. It's going to be reduced because there will still be some clients that require physical meetings, and there are some situations that require physical meetings. But I think where it was maybe 80% of the time or 100% of the time before, now we will drop to somewhere around 60 or 70%, or even potentially 50 with the more sort of tech-savvy clients. That's number one. Number two is, whether we like it or not, e-commerce has come to stay. I think I think it was Elu that said it at the beginning of the webinar, that the real gap in Nigeria is not whether there's online presence or the ability to conduct online commerce. It is in the fulfillment area of things that needs to change. And so what is going to happen is that is potentially going to see some significant investment. The other thing that is going to change is that clients will look more critically, even if they're going to continue the things that they continue, clients are going to look more critically at the way in which they conduct their business, the way in which they interact with consumers. Where possible, they will do a lot more online interaction than offline interaction. I think if you think about it just from a consumer perspective, one of the biggest consumer interactions that you will find in the city of Lagos or anywhere in Nigeria is churches, for instance. And there are a lot of churches that are taking things online. So I suspect that it is the same thing that is going to happen with a lot of brands. To drive online to offline and offline to online. I think where it now begins to concern us is, where does that put the area of experiential activations as a whole? And I think Ijari nailed it. Was it Ijari or it was Okwe that nailed it, where it was Ijari that said it, yes. What is going to start happening is that there's going to be a lot of convergence in terms of marketing, communications capability, where experiential agencies were doing purely experiential. There's going to be a move into content development, a move into digital, a move into creative development, because again, this is all about the people that you can bring together and the skill sets that you can acquire as an organization. And so it's very, very likely that you will start to see a lot more consolidation in the agency space, not just for experiential and live events, but actually from a design, digital and content development perspective, all coming together to create an opportunity for clients to see one solution from one channel, one organization. So basically, Mr. Tokwe will only potentially need to talk to one agency or one group of agencies to get everything that he requires. And that's the same for a lot of clients.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Otome. So we'll move to the next section, where we'll ask individual specific questions that we feel they will be able to help us address in achieving the objective of this session. So once again, I would like to remind our attendees that they can go to www.slido to send in their question, and of course indicate the name of the panelist they want to address. So my question is going now to Mr. Okwe Filani. Because looking at the out-of-home advertising space, of course, we've got the local ones, we've got the international ones, and the space seems to be thriving, of course, in Nigeria and of course globally. So I'd like to find out from you, Mr. Okwe, looking at the affiliation you have, that JC Decox is not a Nigerian-based business. So currently, how is JC Decox, seeing the Nigeria out-of-home market, especially with this pandemic, knowing fully well that some clients, when the pandemic started, they decided, to cut off their spend and, suspend some of their out-of-home investment, spending the time that is to take over. So can you give us, your perspective on that?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Fortunately for us, the pandemic is not just localized to Nigeria. So in every market that JCCO currently operating, we had the impact of COVID-19 on every market. So it's the same everywhere. Like a lot of the speakers have said, we are continuously learning. It's new for everybody. However, one thing is important for us. Our staff, we are very particular about the safety and the security of our staff. HSE is very top on the mind or it's very high in the value chain within our organization. So health and safety, we ensure that we ensure the safety and the health of our staff. Our business continuity process has kicked in already. We are in this market for the long haul, so we do not look at the short term. This particular pandemic has just lasted for barely 5-6 months. We believe that things will turn around and businesses would maybe not go back to the way it used to be, but would evolve and will adapt. So as a business, we continue on our plans for rollouts. There are certain opportunities that we've looked at before. Yes, it might not be as quick as we anticipated it would, as every business would adjust and adapt. But however, we're still very optimistic about the Nigerian market. We continue our rollout process. Our clients, we see a lot of our clients and our stakeholders as partners, and like every market that we deal in, we're here for the long haul.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okwe, for that insightful one. Okay, the next question is going to Mr. Kenny of Ideas House. Of course, we know that live events and activation, in recent time have been suspended, and a whole lot of our clients are now moving to the digital space, of course, for obvious reasons. I'd like to find out from him, can we categorically mention or state that this digital engagement or virtual activity is going to take over completely over the regular and conventional life events? Mr. Kenny Salami. Mr. Kenny Salami, are you there? Can you hear me, Mr. Kenny Salami?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I think for me, the first thing is, it's very, very strange, but I would like to say that COVID-19 has been positive. It's been positive from the perspective of, for the very first time in a long time, a whole lot of us have had time to think, to learn, and to relearn. This kind of opportunity will probably not come again in a very, very long time. The 3-4 months has given us, as a business, the opportunity to do so many things. And from the beginning, I've always said it. Agencies are set up as supplier of service. I've always queried and I've always questioned it. I think agencies should be set up as true strategic partners, driven by ideation. So a lot of ideation is what is needed at this time and is what will propel you to the next level. So if you don't have an ideation pipeline that enables you to think differently and have the kind of methodologies that will allow you to be strategic and disruptive in your everyday life and as a business, then you will suffer. Within this pandemic, 3 things will happen. Bad companies will go down, good companies will survive, but great companies will thrive. So you need to decide exactly where you fit within that equation and the entire mix. As an experiential agency, I think, yes, digital is now coming, into the picture more and more. But don't forget that, as experiential agencies, digital experience, is not the same as a physical experience. If I ask a whole lot of us here, who was the governor of Zamfara State 4 years ago, you probably won't remember. Do you understand? However, you remember who the current one is. This would go the same way Ebola came and left. I'm a very positive, incurable optimist. This will go. It will come, we will learn, and we would overcome it. However, what are the learnings and how have we shaped our business to react and to better defend itself going forward? I think that's, for me, is where we should focus on. From a cost perspective, if you look at the cost structure of experiential agencies, it's very, very expensive. You're carrying a lot of overhead, you're carrying a lot of inventory and all sorts. And honestly speaking, if you do move into the digital space, which a lot of agencies are thinking about, the question you ask yourself is, where is the value in that from a revenue perspective? And is that enough to sustain your business? So I think for me, going forward, what we need to do, we need to start thinking around a totally new business model, a business model that's driven purely by ideation, a business model that can withstand the shocks of the present and possibly in the future, and a business model that is lean and mean. I certainly believe that this has been a very good experience. I will be honest with you in terms of the COVID-19 experience, but the best experience would be, what have you learned as a result of it? So going forward, yes, agencies will also have opportunity to partner with those in the digital space to create something bigger than themselves. So you start having a lot of online engagement and less of offline. And if you want to talk of offline engagement, which is what experiential agencies do, then how do you make it COVID compliant? How do you still do social distancing? Sometime last year, I think it was August last year, we invested behind a whole number of platforms, and those things are what we're using now. I was having a conversation with a client today who want to take on board some of the initiatives. We have even gone beyond COVID. How do you create sampling experience that does not need people? So these are the questions we've been asking over a year, 2 years ago, and these are the things that are happening today. So agencies have to start thinking differently. And then the last thing I also want to mention is that, for every single person here seated and for every agency, as well as even the clients, you have to look at entire business structure. You have to unbundle it, and you have to ask those questions. Not why, what if, but, why not? You understand? And be totally disrupting in your thinking. Get your guys to be thinking differently. Get your guys to challenge every single status quo. And agencies also, they have to get into the mindset of collaborating and possibly having investors within their business, because experiential agencies, a lot of them don't have the kind of money, to invest behind some of the good things that they love to do going forward. Do you understand? So is there a way they can collaborate? Is there a way that others can come into their business and inject some much needed capital? Because all these things we're talking about, you need money to do it. So what do you put first? Do you do the investment first, or do you just wait and see what happens? So I think for me, it's time for optimism. It's time for us to look forward with with great prospects for each and every one of the brands that we work on and every one of the clients that we serve. And I'll encourage everyone to do the same. And I think those are my perspective for now. So from a digital perspective, like I said, the cost structure within an experiential agency is very difficult to be supported by just a digital franchise. So you need to look at it and ask yourself, how do we do it in a way that can still make us profitable? Because ultimately, that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kenny, thanks so very much for that. I'd like to go to Mr. Ashwaju. Of course, I understand Tolara must have been doing some digital engagement before the pandemic started. And of course, in recent time, I also observed, in fact, I saw the one last Saturday, Indomie, I think Saturday Owambe. So I'd like your perspective, Mr. Tokwe, on, what Toleram has been doing, in terms of virtual engagements before COVID, and of course, what you guys are doing presently. So we share part of the experience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa. Just like you had mentioned, there are a couple of things, or there are quite a number of things that we had done before COVID. And this was as a result of research that we had done in the past, that we knew that the bulk of people who also consume our products, are gradually moving into the space of the youths. And we know that these are the people who also consume bulk of the digital things that are out there. So we said to ourselves that, okay, we'll begin to create or work with agencies who will create content for us, or that we also create in-house, to ensure that there's a continuous engagement with our consumers. For instance, the one that you had mentioned, the Saturday Owambe, for instance, we know, as a food company, we know that there's virtually no physical party that was going on there that would not require some sort of food. And Nigerians generally, like they always say, they're the happiest people on the earth. They like to do parties, they like to be involved in Owambes. And we looked at it and said, okay, what property can we create, or what couple can we partner with to still bring that kind of feeling for Nigerians generally, to still feel that, oh, yes, there's pandemic, yes, there's the COVID-19, but it will still bring that feeling, the sense of partying, the sense of putting them in that kind of mood. And those are some of those things that you see currently on TV. There's the Owambe. And even before now, even if you take it downwards, you find out that even right now, we're doing things in terms of the rate at which we engage with our children they are out of school right now, but at the same time, we've never stopped educating them. We have another platform where it's called Team Up with an Adult, where children are supposed to be creative at home. Teaming up with either their mom or their dad in making something using maybe our cardboards, maybe our wrappers, or any of those items that you can be creative with. And all these are done online, and you can, we have hundreds and thousands of people who are registering daily to be part of this property. And that's one area whereby we'll say that we'll, spend more on. I'm already speaking to quite a number of agencies now to see what other means or what other properties can be created, because we know that, I'm also very optimistic that things will somehow, come back to, I don't know, it might not come back essentially to where we started from, but I'm optimistic that, of course, some of these things will still come back. For instance, parties, for instance. Yes, there are a lot of parties going on online, but for me, it's almost un-African. That you sit down behind the computer and, of course, you say that you're partying. I know that with, hopefully, by the time there is a cure, or either a cure or a vaccine for COVID-19, I know some of these things will return, and I know that physical parties, some of those things might also return. And I know that we'll also be part of it. But before then, I think what companies like ours are doing is to ensure that, yes, while we're doing this, we also, all other platforms that we have been supporting in the past, we will continue to do that, which includes education, which includes community development projects, which includes partnership and sponsorship that we have been engaged in. One of the biggest things that we do yearly is the Indomie Independence Day Award, for instance, and people are beginning to ask that if it's going to be cancelled. And I said, no, we will not. The fact that this pandemic does not mean you don't have heroic acts being done or happening in every corner of the country. So those are things that we'll continue to look at, and we'll continue to partner with good and very creative agencies. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Tokwe, thanks so very much for that one. Okay, there's a question here for Mr. Igari. Someone wants to know that, of course, this pandemic has now encouraged, you know, a whole lot of digital content for us as a nation. But is looking at post-COVID, are these content still going to be relevant? Are they not going to be relevant? Of course, we also need to understand the fact that messages and content right now are now more emotional than even, you know, strategic or tactical. So what are your thoughts, you know, on that content creation or digital content, as it were, post-COVID? Is that question is asked by Billy?
Okay, very good question. One of the things that we have seen over the last few months, where we've all been in this global pandemic and lockdown, is that the messaging and type of content that resonated the most with people, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world, are those that were optimistic, those that spoke to the future being better than what we are currently experiencing, those that allowed people to laugh at, you know, almost like the situation that we were all in, a situation where all of us could now not go out, but rather than make that something that we're all sad about, we made that into something that we were looking for the benefits, you know, the shared experiences from that. And I believe that going forward, it is quite consistent with human nature. People want to be happy. People want to look on the optimistic side. And as long as any brand or any communication firm that is creating messaging for brands continues to, you know, embrace that understanding of human nature, what are people looking for? What are people responding to? People are responding to optimism. People are responding to a light-hearted tone, not a, you know, derogatory tone, but like a light-hearted tone. Just trying to look at the lighter side of what is going on around us, and seeing on how you can impute the brand experience into that. I think it's timeless. It will not be relevant only in this period. Even when, you know, so-called we come out of this period, it will always be relevant that your messaging must be optimistic. It must always point towards a greater future and must be light-hearted in tone, you know, and in the manner is crafted.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Idari. So the next question goes to Mr. Filani once again. You know, recently we observed that the federal government handed over the National Theatre. And of course, we know for obvious reason, they're looking at the opportunity of what private-public partnership can actually do or achieve. Because globally, if you look at it, you go to Heathrow Airport and all of that, you see how they're able to optimize value and they're able to, you know, get some level of returns or fund, as it were. So, what are your thoughts looking at this handover of this National Theatre? What are your thoughts? What are the things that you feel will happen, you know, from that space?
Okay, I think the handover of the National Theatre to private sector-led consortium is a positive initiative by government, because what you have there is an asset that has been underutilized over the period of time, and it has been depreciating. I'm certain that now that it's been handed over to the private sector, a lot of value will be drawn out of it. So you start to see things around the arts, entertainment, which is part of what the CBN mentioned when they were handing it over, that positive value will be able to be extracted from that space. It's also very prime land. If you look at the real estate itself, where it's located, you possibly will not find that kind of size of land or size of space. The use of the space will be very key. A lot of opportunities will come out of it. So you have a lot of jobs that will be generated from even development phase to when it's fully developed. I know we might say that, oh, COVID might slow things down, but we have to continue to move. We might not run at the speed at which we should be running, but now that it's been handed over, I think I'm optimistic that the positive value that will be generated from that space will be very positive, will be of great value to Lagos
and even to the business space itself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kwe. The next question is to Otome or FXP. Of course, you guys do a whole lot of big ticket events, and of course, we can't overemphasize, the kind of value that come, from some of this activity. But of course, looking at the situation of the country right now, we all know that B2B events, B2C events, have all almost been suspended, so we now need to start looking at personal engagements, as it were. So what are your thoughts, and what will be your advice for agencies or, new opportunities in the experiential space? What are the things that you think you're looking out for on how they want to engage, especially at this critical period where you can't have all those like events?
All right. I think I will take a leaf from Mr. Salami's book. I think the key here is ideation. What new ideas exist? Because ultimately, when we come down to it, what is it that we want to do? We want to connect brands to consumers. We want people to interact with each other. The space within which they do it is not necessarily the issue. If we go back to ages past, before television, before radio, the only way to get your ideas known was to stand in the marketplace and talk. We've progressed to radio, we progressed to TV. Barack Obama was heralded as the first president to embrace the strength of social media in terms of driving an election. Donald Trump has taught us that Twitter can be used for a lot more than just 140 characters. And so I think it is important for us to go back to first principles. I'm an engineer by training, so for me, first principles is something that is absolutely critical. We go back to first principles and say to ourselves, what is it that we actually want to do? What we want to do is not necessarily gather a crowd. What we want to do is connect with people. So what is it that we can do to continue to drive that connection between brands and their consumers in the different touch points? It goes back to Dr. Olubogu's point at the beginning of this whole thing, where it's still about understanding the new consumer. Before now, the average housewife, for instance, would shop once a month, or housewife or married woman or even single woman would shop once a month, would shop both at an Okiari and at a supermarket for the more high-end things. But what's happening now is that they are shopping online for all of those things. There are people whose job it is now, whose business it is now to ensure that foodstuffs are delivered to the household. The question is, what are those connection opportunities? Where are the connection opportunities that we can find to plug in? What are the experiences that we can fashion out for people to have an online experience? At the beginning, somewhere in the first 4 weeks of the lockdown, there's a popular artist in America called I can't remember, his first name is Travis. I can't remember his second name, but he had an online concert on Fortnite. Now, if you know anybody or you have teenage children yourself, you will understand what Fortnite is. It's essentially an online role-playing game, and basically 12 million people attended that event online. So they essentially went online to watch a physical projection of somebody giving a concert. And it wasn't a video. The guy actually produced a life-size image of Travis Scott. Thank you, Travis Scott. Projecting himself onto that, and 12 million people were part of that experience. So what are the new experiences that come to life for our consumers and for the brands to ensure that brands are still connecting with consumers? Because ultimately, it is about when a consumer, if you think about it from an FMCG perspective, when a consumer thinks about buying milk, what milk are they thinking about buying? When a consumer thinks about buying sugar, are they still thinking about St. Louis sugar? Are they thinking about Dangote sugar? What is it that they're thinking about? When they think about airtime, what is it that they're thinking about? Are they thinking about Airtel? Are they thinking about Nine Mobile? What is it that they're thinking about? And it is ensuring that we stay in the midst of that headspace for consumers through experiential activations, content that has been developed or digital experiential activations. Because one of the things that I said to my team at the beginning of all of this was that the process of picking up your phone is an experience. So how do we make that experience more special? So we, for instance, have a proprietary technology we call Promo Flow, which essentially can be all things to all men. We have built a e-commerce platform for the Coca-Cola company in Kenya. We have built an online engagement platform for a client that will be announced very soon. There are several different things in which there are several different ways in which we can utilize this portfolio. But essentially, it is a mobile-first online engagement platform such that people can come into a platform, and in fact there's a webinar that is actually going on using that platform at the moment. So the truth of the matter is that it is for experiential agencies to go back to the ideation table and say to themselves, what are the new experiences that we can create for our brands to be able to interact with consumers and vice versa, and launch these into the market. The truth is, I'm very optimistic that we are going into interesting times.
All right, Mr. Otome, thanks so very much. While we're trying to wrap up, I would like Mr. Asiwaju in just 1 minute to just, give us his thoughts on how Tolerant Group, because of course we know Tolerant Group has a whole lot of brand in their portfolio, how you guys have been able to push, especially, in the outdoor space during the pandemic and now, because we understand that during the pandemic, a whole lot of brand, shut down their spend on out of home, and some of them are coming back gradually, some they are not. Can you just give us, from Tolerant Group perspective?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. For us in Tolerant Group, we are not one of those who have actually shut down in terms of outdoor or spend, but because we know usually what we do is that we will plan either quarterly or half yearly, and of course yearly as the case may be. So you have some of our boards that are still very active, even as we speak. I mean, the ones that are going to be renewed are not something that we have shut down closely, because I mean, just like one of the panelists has said earlier, I mean, people still drive around. If you drive around Lagos, you still find out there are quite a number of people. Suddenly you begin to wonder where this traffic or the holdups come from. I know that there's still a lot of people who are out of home. And for instance, I mean, Nigeria is still, or let me say Africa is still one of those places whereby you know that some kind of spontaneous buying still happens. So between when people leave their houses and where they actually make those purchases, there are a lot of things that people see that informs what they buy and how they spend those incomes. So for us, we still do a lot of, we're still very active in that space in terms of we are not, yes, reappropriation, just like I said, is happening to ensure that, okay, yes, maybe rather than spend X amount of money here, value for money based on research now, we show that more people, because more people are restricted at home now, we need to just reappropriate those funds in the digital space. But it does not mean that we have canceled what we're doing in terms of outdoor. We'll continue to do that. And because the truth is just that, I mean, just like every other person, I'm also optimistic that this will come and it will go. And if you look at those things, the people who you have, I mean, the sites that you lose right now might be difficult in getting, for instance, by the time things come back to normal, because I mean, agencies are also mindful of those who have retained their businesses while this pandemic is on. And we know, yes, of course, everybody wants to sell one product or the other, but for us, I know that those platforms are not, especially the unique sites, are not what's usually easy to come by. So I know that for us, we continue to spend. And the only thing I can say is that people just need to wear their thinking cap right now and ensure that wherever you're putting your money right now is what gives you maximum return on investment.
All right, Mr. Tokwe, thanks so very much. We've come to the end of the session. I'd like to thank Business Day for giving us all, the privilege, to be part of this session. For me personally, it's been very insightful and engaging. And I also like to personally thank all our panelists, Mr. Okwefilani, Mr. Kenny Salami, Mr. Ochene, Mr. Idiare, and Mr. Tokwe Ashwaju for giving us, insights, into some of the things that we've been wrapping our heads around, within the marketing industry space. So I'll leave it to the Business Day team to take it up from here. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Owolabi,
Mustafa.
thank you so very much. And let me also thank your panelists for the great job that they have done. I am happy to be seeing my old friend Sokbe Kende, whom I have been struggling to see since before the COVID-19. And I think it was Kende that said indeed that COVID has been good. I think this webinar has been good, given the new door it has given me into Okbe and Kende. It's been a wonderful day. And I said at the beginning that there is the irony that when crises like this come, companies tend to go after their marketing budget with a knife. But in the end, it's the same marketing and sales people that we come back to help us chart a path out of the financial and revenue crisis. I've listened to the sessions, wonderful contributions, and I cannot but thank all of you. And I know that the president of MIPAN has left us, but let me pay deep gratitude to him for addressing the opening of this session and for staying with us for as long as he did. Business Day has, in keeping with his mandate to connect with our audience wherever they are, whether they be at home or whether they be in physical locations, with the kind of content that they would find useful. We have done quite a number of digital dialogues over the last 3 months. And we're very grateful for the traction that we are getting. We're grateful for great speakers and panelists like you that have taken time off to join. And we are also grateful to our audience. Let me finally thank our sponsors, Terragon and the Tolerant Group, for seeing it fit to join with us today to stage this wonderful event. This will not be the end, surely. Whether this be a new normal or whether this be a normal for these times, this certainly will not be the end. There are indeed learnings that we're taking from these digital dialogues. So even if things were to return to where we have come from, this surely would not be the last digital dialogue we will be having. Once again, let me thank our moderator who has kindly done this. I'm told that the APCON president will be speaking to us in a goodwill message, and thereafter we will then take the final closing remarks. Thank you so very much to this panel and the panelists. I will then kindly yield the floor so that we can receive the APCON president, Mrs. Ijedi Iyoha, who I can see is already standing by. Over to you, madam. Thank you so very much for joining us.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having me to be part of this exciting, educating, and insightful events. I want, on behalf of APCON, congratulate Business Day for organizing such wonderful events. You know that human beings by nature are created in a way that adaptability is made part of their existence. In the minds and arms that drive businesses, it is natural that businesses are constrained to absorb the impact of hard times and other challenges thrown in their way in the struggle to remain a going concern. The effect of COVID-19 in our individual and corporate lives can never be overemphasized at this period, especially in our present situation when its aftermath is unquantifiable. The upsurge has not been met with preventive or creative capacity anywhere in the world, and businesses are not better for it. Advertising and marketing communication is as important to the growth of businesses as it is to the consumers who are availed with necessary information that will influence their decision. There is no other better time than now to explore new opportunities available and carving new niches in advertising and marketing communication for businesses to succeed. We are encouraged to continue to learn how safely maneuver length economic times without compromising individual well-being or public health. The virtual medium through which we have achieved today's dialogue sessions is one way people have embraced to flow through day-to-day sites. Businesses are well exposed in our modern world to reach their customers or targets by repositioning and adapting to current trends. I once again appreciate Business Day for this venture. APCON is very delighted and proud to associate with you on the successful hosting of today's digital dialogue. And I'm constrained to urge you to continue to expand on the series because as much as we would like to be optimistic in seeing businesses returning to the old normal and our lives being what they used to be, we cannot ignore the fact that it is going to take a long time or even discontinue the possibility of living with and driving our businesses in the new normal throughout our time. My appreciation also to the wonderful panelists, the speakers and participants for finding time to sharing your thoughts to improving the quality of this event. I also want to employ us to always observe the basic principles and general guidelines of keeping safe for the betterment of life and the society which we have found ourselves. Thank you very much for this wonderful event. I pray you expand better on it and make it a memorable one. Thank you so much for listening.
Madam President, thank you so very much.
We are not we are registrar, and I'm acting.
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam, for taking time to join us, and especially for the message that you have just delivered. I mean, listening to all the three sessions, your own contribution, as well as the fireside chat that we had earlier when we started in the morning, it is very clear to me that we have people in the sector with the ability to adapt, with the agility to run with time, and clearly with the knowledge to make a success out of what they are doing. Business is very delighted to have brought together such a distinguished array of speakers, and we have absolutely no doubt that next time that we call upon you, that you will be there for us. Now, once again, whether it is a new normal we'll have, whether it is just something that lasts for a time and we go back to our old ways, I think the important thing is to succeed in wherever we find ourselves, in whatever times that we find ourselves. I mean, there have been two very significant promising vaccine reports in the last 24 hours, whether relating to Moderna or that related to the vaccine candidate from Oxford University. I think there are signs that we are indeed making progress, but we know how time-consuming solutions to pandemics like this can come. So whereas we remain hopeful, I think we cannot take our eyes from the real danger that we face. And as Madam has said, let us continue to keep safe. I thank you also very much, our sponsors, our panelists, and our audience. God bless you, and God bless Nigeria.
Improved household essential. Keep your family's that is sodium hypochlorite. The active ingredient in hypo bleach is equipped to fight viruses and germs. Add some bleach to water. Soak a clean napkin in diluted bleach and wipe off germs from common contact surfaces. Wipe off with hypo. Disinfect your home with hypo bleach always.
Endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association.
Life Magic, the nourishing fruit drink filled with the goodness of vitamin C that helps boost my child's immunity and keeps me worry-free. Keep it up, Magic Moms. Give your child the magic of immunity. Give them lots of water, fruits, and the nourishing goodness of vitamin C with Good Life Magic.